They are not material, but we will prepare a memorandum which we can simply submit to you as a matter of law. Morning, Mr. Shaik.
Morning.
You will recall that yesterday we ended at the point where you had described to the Chair the contents of your meeting with the former President.
Yes.
After that meeting, what did you learn about the incident involving Minister Mbalula and the information given to him, or allegedly given to him, by the Guptas regarding his imminent appointment as Minister?
I've learned that the information alleged in the newspapers was indeed correct, that Minister Mbalula in the NEC meeting raised the issue of his appointment, or the notification of his appointment, by the Guptas before he was appointed. So that matter was confirmed.
Did that confirmation come immediately after your meeting with the former President?
It came after the meeting with the former President.
It came out.
Yes.
Came out of that meeting.
Came after the.
After. Yes. Okay.
And
okay.
I have consulted with the person who gave me that information.
Yes.
And he, in fact, did appear before the commission.
Yes.
And it is former Minister Spiwe Nyanda.
Yes. Thank you.
You have described to the Chair...
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius, you have moved away from the meeting with the President.
Yes. Save for one question, but in effect, yes, Chair.
Oh, okay. Well, let me wait until you have asked that one question, because it might be the one I'm thinking of, so I'll let you.
Your interaction with Minister Cwele and your meeting with the President, you've alluded to the effect that those interactions had on your working relationship, both with the Minister and with the President, the former President.
That's correct.
Just sum up
in my opinion,
outcome, please.
In my opinion, it was quite clear that I lost the confidence of the President. And secondly, my relationship with Minister Cwele was set on an irrecoverable breakdown trajectory. And this was, and I must say, one of the many issues in which I did not see eye to eye with Minister Cwele.
When you say there had been a loss of confidence, in your view, was the loss of confidence by the President justifiable?
No, it was not.
Were you able to tell during the meeting with the President whether in expressing the views that he expressed, he in good faith did not see your point of view about the investigation, or would you say he saw our point of view, but maybe there were other reasons why he continued to take the position that he took? Is that something you were able to assess, or is that something that you were not able to assess, and you don't know whether it was a case of him genuinely believing that you were wrong to want to do this, as opposed to say to knowing that you are right, but not wanting it done for whatever reason?
So I would answer that question in two ways, and using two frames of reference. The first is my capacity as an intelligence officer. I do think the president, in his capacity as a president, understood what we were saying and the enormous consequences of what we were saying. And it's for that reason he went into a very elaborate explanation of his relationships. If he was not concerned about what we were saying, he would have simply dismissed our concerns. So it's my experience that when someone goes into elaborate explanation of relationships, it is because they are seeking to clarify that relationship and the basis of it. So that is my wearing my intelligence hat. As someone who's known the president for an incredibly long period of time, I do know that President Zuma, when, I would not say he's stubborn, but when he does make up his mind on a matter, it is often difficult to shift that mindset. So I think there was an element of that. But I think thirdly, and I've had this experience in relation to my own family member and his relationship, I think he was being very loyal to the friendship that he was having with the Gupta family. And often that loyalty, even though it was causing him some embarrassment in respect of his public office, the mindset in his mind that he could defend that friendship and he could do so justifiably was made easier in his mindset by embracing the victimhood state of mind. And I think he was, as a consequence, in a state of mind that says he can see nothing wrong, there is nothing wrong here, and that we should accept that there's nothing wrong. So the facts did not matter at that point.
Excuse me. Well, it's quite important for me to try and understand various perspectives and also to try and understand exactly what his thinking was in regard to this issue, as well as in regard to other allegations and evidence that has been given in regard to other incidents relating to the Guptas about him. Mr. Mbalula gave evidence here that at the meeting of the NEC where he raised the issue that Mr. Ajay Gupta, I think it was Mr. Ajay Gupta, had called him ahead of the official announcement of his appointment as a minister. I think, I can't remember whether it was of police or of sports and recreation. When he raised that issue at the NEC, if I recall correctly, he testified, it might not have been at that meeting, but he testified, if I remember correctly, that whenever the issue of Mr. Zuma's friendship with the Gupta family was raised, but maybe this was Mr. Ramatloti, maybe I'm getting mixed up, but one of them said whenever this issue was raised with him, to say, this friendship, your friendship with the Gupta family is damaging to the organization and to government. Whoever of the two, that is Mr. Mbalula or Mr. Ramatloti, whoever gave the evidence, said his response was often that something like there was nothing wrong with the friendship. The Gupta family had helped, I think, him and his children when nobody could help them. So one of the questions that arises in my mind is whether, if these things are true, because he still will come and deal with them and give his side of the story. But if they are true, whether this may have been a situation where it can be said that he was beholden to the family, and whatever would harm them, he would try and protect them, or whatever they wanted, they would get. Maybe that's too wide. Maybe most of the things that they might want, they would get. There is also the evidence which he has disputed by Mr. Themba Maseko, who says he was told by the late Minister Chabane in, I think, late January of 2011, that he had received a call from President Zuma, who at the time was out of the country, to say he should remove Mr. Maseko from the position of CEO of GCIS, and or dismiss him or remove him. And by the time he arrived back in the country, Mr. Maseko should no longer be in that position. As I say, he has denied that evidence. But if that evidence were true, it may be linked to the fact that, according to Mr. Maseko, a few months earlier, he had refused to cooperate with the Guptas. He had a meeting with Mr. Ajay Gupta and a telephone conversation which ended on the basis that Mr. Ajay Gupta said, according to Mr. Maseko, I see that you don't want to cooperate. I will report you to your seniors and they will sort you out, or you will be sorted out. So it may be linked to that. Now, if it is true, and then you have a situation where 3 senior officials of the intelligence come to him, they are clear that there should be an investigation involving the Guptas, and he is clear that the investigation is a bad idea, and the 3 senior officials end up not having to proceed, and you say, as you understand the position, he appreciated the threat to national security. It's not as if he didn't appreciate it. So I don't know whether, given that all this that I've just mentioned, you are able to say anything about what impact this friendship may have had on him in regard to making any decisions that were connected with them or their businesses.
Chair, I don't have specific knowledge about that relationship, and I, like most others, were reading the newspapers, picking up what we are picking up about what would appear to be a inappropriate association, and of course the inappropriateness of the association may not lie in the friendship itself, but it was quite evident that some kind of influence peddling was taking place by the Gupta brothers, and in particular one of them that's been mentioned. And the president needed to be alive to that information peddling. And the fact that he was dismissive of it will forever remain a mystery to me, and whether he was dismissive of it because he was beholden, I have no particular knowledge of that. But the inappropriateness of the behavior of the Gupta family, I think that is not in doubt anymore. And I must say that I was present with Mr. Maseko at the time that he did get that call. I recall we were having lunch together, and he was on his way to Sun City, and he was going to Sun City, when he was sitting across me when his phone rang, and I could hear it was a difficult phone call that was taking place. So when he put the phone down, he mentioned to me, "Can you believe I just got a call from Gupta, who I don't know, who is telling me that I must take adverts out in the New Age, newspaper, etc." And Mr. Maseko was quite rattled by that phone call. And it is one of the instances that I had, even though indirect, but somewhat direct experience of the kind of abuses or the kind of approaches that the Gupta family was taking with government officials.
Thank you.
But like I said, sir, it remains a mystery, and I think the country awaits President Zuma's explanation for what is the nature of that relationship and why in the light of so many people raising the issue, he still felt it necessary to defend it, and if not defend it, not put the kind of appropriate checks and balances in place. And this goes to why the office of a president is so important to be staffed by the appropriate people, to be managed in a particular way. It is to avoid, in a sense, undue influence on the office for whatever reason, and the intelligence services are there, in fact, to protect a president from such undue influences.
No, thank you. So, and you said that after the meeting, the three of you accepted or decided that there was not going to be an investigation. Is that right?
That was my understanding, sir.
That was your understanding?
That was my understanding.
And certainly, as far as you know, the investigation did not proceed.
The investigation, there was subsequently no report that was given to me on the progress of the investigation. So I can only but assume that the investigation did not continue.
Yes.
But events soon caught up with all of us in respect to this matter.
Yes. You said something yesterday, and I just want to make sure I understand it. I thought you expressed some kind of disappointment that you found yourself in a situation where you had to accept that, whereas you thought an investigation was called for, but none was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I just wanted to deal with that a little bit to make sure I understood what the basis of your disappointment was. I don't know if you put it as a disappointment, but
it is a bit of an internal reflection, and I've debated often with myself and amongst our colleagues whether we should have continued with the investigation, whether we should have said this is it and draw the line in the sand and conducted that investigation. Yes, it would have led to enormous troubles. It would have meant going through labor courts because the moves to get us removed from the intelligence services have begun. And I think it required an extraordinary amount of courage and foresight to be able to say, despite the fact that you have lost the confidence of the president, to continue with something, because there was a constitutional court ruling on this matter. It is in the matter of Billy Masetla versus the presidency, where implied in the power to appoint is the power to remove. So yes, it was clear that the power to remove us did reside with the president, and if we did continue the investigation, I think that removal would have been forthcoming. And of course, then it meant us contesting the removal on the basis of constructive dismissal and find the labor law hook to get back to your job. But it was a mountain too high to climb. But I often think, and that is why I said it reflected a shame, partly because it was a battle that we found ourselves fighting. But we come from organizations. We used to come from the ANC. We have history. They are people who know us. There was organizational meetings. There's different cabinet ministers at the time. There was the deputy president. There were others. But there was a silence. And in the light of the silence is an acceptance of defeat, so to speak. So I think, and I'm not blaming anyone for their silence. I'm not holding them responsible for their silence, but silence became a feature of the way governance was occurring, and accepting your dismissal or accepting your removal became to be a very weird definition of dignity. But there was a silence.
Well, you refer to the judgment of the Constitutional Court in the Billy Masetla matter. As I recall that judgment, it would not have provided you with any comfort, because for the situation you were you were contemplating.
Yes.
Because in that matter, although it was found that I think, I hope I'm not misrepresenting the judgment, it was found that I think Mr. Masetla had been unlawfully dismissed, unconstitutionally dismissed. The Constitutional Court said he should not be reinstated.
Yes.
And therefore, you were very much in the same position. And if the president decided to remove you, and you believed he was doing so unlawfully, chances that if you went to court you could get your job back might have been very diminished, if that all. So you if you were aware of all of those things, all of that would have been something that wouldn't have given you much courage, I would imagine, to follow that possible approach of saying we'll pursue the investigation. If we get fired, we'll approach the courts.
Yes. Yes. I mean that would have been a demonstration of the breakdown of trust between ourselves and the president, and of course the minister, which would have worked against us, because the courts would have, in my view, have argued, knowing that there was a breakdown in trust, you still continued with the operation for which it was preferred that you did not do, and we would have entered into the realm of insubordination. So I think we wanted to avoid that. But we did use, in fact, I did use the benefit of that constitutional judgment, because the Constitutional Court, as you correctly said, ruled that the dismissal was unlawful, but he cannot get his job back because of the irretrievable breakdown of trust. But the relief that the court gave him was that his contract and all the perks and all the things that was due to him had to be made payable to him. And I think that was a judgment that gave me much relief, because in the subsequent matters that occurred between the minister and I, I relied on that judgment to ensure my rights.
Yeah, I think it could have provided the relief in terms of making sure that even if you didn't get the job back, you'd be paid the remuneration that you would have received if you had continued with your
Contract.
your contract up to the end. The only thing, of course, is that if your focus was to get the investigation done, it would mean that you wouldn't get it done, because if you are removed and you can't come back, you'll get your money, but that very investigation that you really wanted to be done then won't be done. I think it's unlikely anyone who gets appointed to in your place would pursue it knowing that you had been removed for wanting to pursue it. So yeah, the judgment might have taken care of your financial situation and the family, which is an important thing. But to the extent that you may have thought this, which we want to investigate, relates to national security and it's important for the nation, that would probably have come to an end.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that unfortunately is the case. However, I think, and I'm just speculating again, that given the issues that are there, all law enforcement agencies would have to have applied their minds to the question of an investigation into the Guptas in regard to any criminal matter. If I could offer some advice, sir, I would suggest that the Commission make such an inquiry of all law enforcement agencies, including the South African Revenue Services, whether in the light of speculations or issues that were publicly reported, whether they conducted any investigations and would they avail those investigations to the Commission.
Well, it's interesting you make that suggestion, because your evidence yesterday actually triggered that thought in my mind. Because if the intelligence wanted to do an investigation, and this is what happened, what other security related agencies may have had cause to investigate one or other thing relating to the Gupta family? Did they make decisions to investigate, or did they not make the decisions to investigate, even though there were grounds to do so? And if they did make the decision to investigate, where did those investigations end? And did they get the support that they were supposed to get from whoever? Were there any people who interfered with those investigations? So I think your suggestion is a good one. It's important to have a view as part of trying to see to what extent various security agencies may have had opportunities of doing something and maybe either didn't do anything but themselves or tried but were prevented or were not assisted to continue.
Or persuaded otherwise.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you. Arising out of your evidence this morning, Mr. Shaik, you've dealt with the meeting between you and the President and tried to understand from a subjective point of view his motivations, reasoning, good faith stance and the like. I'd like to put it to you from a different perspective, please. At that meeting, the President was being approached in his capacity as head of intelligence.
As the head of the executive responsible for intelligence.
Yes. We've used the term loosely, I understand. And you've referred to his constitutional responsibilities in relation to the control and direction of services in 2092 of the Constitution.
Correct.
At that meeting, the issue of his relationship with the Gupta family arose.
That's correct.
And he sought to explain, at the very least, or even defend his relationship with the Gupta family.
That's correct.
Now, clearly, and you've used the word, there's a conflict.
Yes.
Objectively speaking, your opinion, and it's an opinion, and the chair will be aware of that, obviously, but he is interested in opinions. Given your knowledge and experience of the constitutional responsibility of the President in his capacity as the executive person accountable for intelligence, was this a justifiable approach?
In my opinion, sir, it was not a justifiable approach. The President, in his capacity as President, could not separate his personal relationship from his responsibility as a head of state, in particular to the advice that was given by his chiefs of intelligence. And I think in that sense, he was not fully cognizant of his responsibility and the constitutional responsibility that he had in the direction of the intelligence services, in either what the intelligence services do or do not do.
Let's move to paragraph 29 of your statement, if we may.
Is that moving away from the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, just one last question, maybe two. In terms of what the President said to you at that meeting after you and your colleagues outlined why you believe that it was necessary to conduct an investigation, you did say that he gave a long history of the Gupta family and maybe his relationship with them as well, but he went to town explaining various things. My question is this: in whatever he said, was he addressing the pertinent issues or the pertinent grounds which made you or the three of you believe that there should be an investigation?
No, he was not. He was not, in everything he was saying. Yes, it would have explained the close personal relationship that he had, which may be justifiable, which may be understandable, but he was not applying his mind to the national security issue that information was peddled, which implicates his office and therefore needed to be investigated objectively. And I think the one issue that I must raise is that the difficulty the three of us had in speaking to former President Zuma about the matter is that in many ways he was once upon a time our head of ANC intelligence, and the relationship was making the assumption, and we were making the assumption, that the fact that we were raising it in the way we were raising it, that the President would rely on his previous knowledge about intelligence and know that this is a serious matter that needs to be looked at. Irrespective of his personal relationships, an approach could have been designed to have managed that and ensured that, the personal relationship is taken into consideration in the finding of the investigation itself. So I just got the sense that his state of mind had evolved to a point where he could not make that separation.
I think you understood my question correctly, but I'm going to say this just to make sure it's clear. You could have a situation where you get evidence that so-and-so has committed the crime of theft at such and such a location, blah, 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 and you have information that he was seen in that vicinity, maybe carrying something that looked like what has been stolen. So you say, I want to investigate this. But somebody who is a friend to that person might say to you, no, you are wasting your time. That man is a good man. And he might start telling you about, let's say, his drug credentials and so on and so on and so on, but not answering the question whether there isn't a need to investigate because there is information that he was seen in the vicinity of where something was stolen and carrying something that looked like what was stolen. So that's what I'm looking at, whether within the context of that example, he was dealing with the facts that give rise to the conclusion we should have an investigation, or whether it was a question of saying, no, so-and-so is a very good person, look what he has done for the community, maybe the Gupta family are employing a lot of South Africans and what, but not going to the issues.
Sure. So, and I think we should also be mindful that at that point in time, the President Zuma himself has come through a decade or possibly more than a decade of investigations in the unfortunate way this has happened. So investigations into his friends, I'm sorry, I just have to take a moment to smile on this. But investigations into his friends,
yes,
one of them having been Shaik,
yes,
led to prosecution and successful prosecution as well.
Yes.
So I could understand sitting outside of this, his state of mind when he hears his friends are getting investigated. It's so easy in his state of mind to move from, is this another attempt to come towards prosecuting me, etc. But that would be a very, me trying to be incredibly, to understand the state of mind.
Yeah, to put yourself in his position.
Correct, put it in his, correct.
Yes.
But notwithstanding that, and that is why I'm saying that there came a point in his administration where he could not separate, even in his state of mind, the personal relationship with the Guptas from his responsibility as the head of the national executive with certain constitutional obligations and requirements. All things started to be seen through the same prism and created enormous complications.
Well, I think it's good you make the point that maybe if one puts oneself in his shoes, it's to be expected that somebody in that position would think about the past, what has happened to one of his friends, and the fact that although charges against him had been withdrawn, there were still attempts in the courts to make sure that decision is reversed. I would imagine that it's legitimate to think maybe all of those could be things that he could have thought about. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I've had evidence from Mr. Ngasana, who was NDPP at a certain stage, talking about how his departure from the office of NDPP. One of the things he said was that he had been told that some people had told President Zuma that he was contemplating reinstating the charges against him that had been withdrawn. And one of the things that the Commission is looking at is why was he removed? Because the settlement agreement made it clear, as I recall, that he was fine for the job. And there are all kinds of things. So I just mention these things because one has got to try and have a globular picture. Thank you. Ms. Torres, you may proceed.
Well, from legal team's point of view, I'd like to come back to a particular point in relation to this exchange. You've had a discussion about the President's personal apprehensions, his friendships, his history, what he feared might happen to him in relation to his own impending prosecution, or perhaps it wasn't impending at that time. But those go to motivation and understanding his state of mind. If we may return to an objective assessment of the position. Whilst there may be explanations for why the former president acted in that meeting and subsequent thereto in the way that he did, objectively speaking, did he carry out his duties as head, executive head, accountable constitutionally for intelligence?
Regrettably not.
After that meeting, did you continue working for the State Security Agency?
I did for a few more months.
And during the remaining period of your employment at SSA, what happened to the developing or the not developing relationship?
Well, my relationship in particular with Minister Twele broke down completely. He took to micromanaging the organization, the foreign branch, and he would have people in the organization report directly to him. If he wanted things to be done, he will do it via them. I was required to just sign off on matters. It put everyone in a very difficult position. It put, there were some individuals who gloated in this, but there were others, very capable people, who felt that they were put in a very compromising position because they respected me as the head of their service, but yet they were receiving instructions from the minister's office to do certain things, which required my signature, and just my signature, not an explanation, not a report to, etc. And this became a untenable situation for me, and there were on different occasions the minister took to, and it's a particular feature that I've since discovered some in my other job, took to me having to write explanations on almost everything. I needed to write explanations in relation to a friendship I had. A person had died. I had to explain that friendship. I had to explain, different things I did, and he wanted this in writing. And I would duly oblige him and give such things in writing. But I think we were both coming to a understanding that the relationship, something needs to happen, because the relationship is not working. I appealed to, and I don't know whether it was in this period or before, I appealed to President Zuma to intervene in this matter. But at some point, I received a phone call to meet with the minister.
Was this around June 2011?
Yes.
Okay.
And he expressed his unhappiness and asked whether I would consider a resignation from the department and get transferred to another department. I said I would give serious consideration to this. I would think about it and come back to him on the matter. However, before, and I really did think of resigning, I thought that was the most elegant way out of the situation. I must say, by then, by then I was thinking that the relationship is just not worth the energy anymore. The job is not worth the energy. It's a great, passionate, wonderful, futuristic job, but in the hands of this minister, it's only going to lead to frustration for me. But before I could tender my resignation, he called me to a meeting. And I went to the meeting, and I was really thinking that at this meeting I would be served my notice of termination. But to my surprise, he made an offer to me that was not for him to make. But nevertheless, he made the offer. And that offer was that he was going to appoint me as the South African ambassador to Japan.
Pause there for a moment. Your knowledge of where the power lay in relation to appointments of ambassadors, what was it?
Yes. At that point, and again, I don't want to be disrespectful to Minister Maete, but at that point, I did get the sense that Minister Cwele was acting as the shadow foreign minister. But even if he was acting as a shadow foreign minister, he had no power, no constitutional authority to make the offer, nor did he have the authority to make such appointment. The appointment of ambassadors is a constitutional responsibility of the president. And the fact that he could make this offer to me was engaging me in a discussion of which I consider to be unconstitutional. And I didn't want to be part of that discussion with him. And I informed him accordingly that ambassadorships is not for ministers to appoint, and please do not discuss this matter with me. If he wants, he could ask the president to discuss it with me, who has the authority to appoint ambassadors.
Are you certain that he put it to you in terms of him appointing you, or could it be that he offered to make a recommendation to the president that you be appointed ambassador of Japan?
So I've in that meeting, and I remember it very well, because it was a very a meeting that was like all my subsequent meetings with Minister Cwele, very tense. He said, I want to appoint you as ambassador. And I think the use of the word I really sparked a flare in my limbic brain. And I really got angry because I could not accept the level of unconstitutionality that Minister Cwele was now going through. He did not say, I will recommend. In fact, I said to him that he doesn't have this authority to appoint people as ambassadors. And then he said, but you know, this is the way we speak in the ANC. And I had to remind him, even on the matters of the ANC, I may have a little bit more knowledge than he has. But I did not want to push that matter further because I was not there in my capacity as an ANC member. I was there as the head of the South African Secret Service. And I then thanked him for his offer, but said it is not for him to offer. And if the president wants to appoint me as an ambassador, the president is free to have that discussion with me. And I think I did say to him categorically that him and I both need to now agree that the relationship is irreversibly broken down between us, and that I would want to discuss this matter now with the president. And I sought his permission to go and see the president to discuss my exit from the department.
You mentioned in your statement that your reaction to the offer, for want of a better word, for the moment, wasn't an attractive one in any event. The offer to go to Japan.
Yes, because at that time, unfortunately, there was there was an earthquake in Japan, and there was a nuclear meltdown in terms of the reactors, and there was a bit of panic, even though that was a bit far from Tokyo. There was a bit of panic about what is the consequences, but so Japan didn't appear to me at that time to be an attractive offer. I knew its importance. It's as a country in the G7, the relationships with Africa, the relationship with South Africa. So I knew it was an important posting, but it was not an attractive one for me at that time.
And then you said something about Minister Kwele being Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. Tell me more about it. What does that mean?
Well, during my time as head of the Secret Service, and you would understand, sir, that we are almost very parallel to the Department of Foreign Affairs, or is now called the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. But I did find the propensity of Minister Kwele traveling abroad to various countries, often in the company of the president and often in the company of the Minister of International Relations. I found that to be odd. Odd in the sense that that is not the task of a Minister of Intelligence. And again, it was raising this concern in my own mind about what does a Minister of Intelligence do, and because at the time he was acting as a special envoy, at the time he was involved in multilateral issues, etc. I'm not saying that he should not have done that. I'm just saying that the level and the amount of trips that were being conducted and the engagements, it came across to me as a shadow foreign affairs minister, and it may be so. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not putting it like that. I'm just saying it may be so.
Yes. No. That's fine. I'm just thinking that the notion of a shadow minister is it not always attached to the opposition party? Okay, all right, Mr. Pretorius.
Did you subsequently meet with the president, former president?
I did. I met with former President Zuma.
Briefly, what occurred at that meeting?
And I put to the president, and I must say that I put it in a way that didn't open a discussion. I put to the president that my relationship with Minister Kwele is done and dusted. I'm not willing to go back. And the question, and I then said to him in a jovial kind of way that, and of all things, he wants to post me to Japan, So So the president laughed at that, and I said to the president, he now wants to take your job, So we had a light exchange about the matter, and then said to the president that if there was another offer, if there was New York or Canada, I would give serious consideration to it.
Why Canada?
Canada because my wonderful, beautiful soulmate, my wife, is Canadian, and I thought that she has spent an enormous amount of time in South Africa and through all my trials and tribulations. So the one good thing I could do for her is to take her and the kids to Canada, where at least the children could spend much more time with the grandparents. So Canada was attractive in that regard.
So you came up with that idea?
I came up with that
Yes.
idea, yes.
Okay. And what was the president's reaction to that part?
The president smiled and in his very jovial way says, "Leave it to me, my brother. I'll see what I can do. I'll come back to you."
Okay.
What happened then? Let's continue this storyline.
So about 3 hours later, I remember I was just about to go to bed, and I got a phone call from the Director General of DIRCO, Ambassador Jerry Machila, who is now the ambassador in United Nations.
Just for record purposes, DIRCO being?
DIRCO being the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And the DG said to me, and we still refer to each other as ambassadors, so he was very polite. He says, "Ambassador Shaik, I'd like to inform you that we will be moving the ambassador from Canada to Japan. The Canadian post is now available. Would you give us your acceptance of the post?" I put the phone down and I was in a state of shock. And then I'll tell you why. Because this is the first direct indication to me that it is President Zuma who really wants me to leave the intelligence services. I had that discussion with no one else but President Zuma about either New York or Canada. And within hours of that phone call, things were put in place for my leaving. So I said I would come back to him. My wife was very excited about it, so we had a family discussion. With my wife's parents, so we could discuss whether we should take this offer up or not. And after due consideration, I declined.
When the DG, Mr. Jerry Machila, spoke to you, did he make any reference to the president? You have made the point that the president was the only person to whom you had expressed this preference, that if the offer was in relation to New York or Canada, you could consider it. And it seems that the way what he said to you seemed to be based on somebody telling him of part of your discussion with the president. Whether it was the president or somebody else who got information from the president, we don't know. But did he, in his conversation, to say, I've been asked by the president to approach you following the discussion you have had with him or anything like that?
No, he did not. Director General DG Machila at the time did not make reference to any discussion with the President or in fact the Minister. But he did say to me, he said, Mo, man, you've got a lot of pull, so. You have a lot of? Pull, so we joked about that, but no, he didn't mention.
But what he said to you, if you didn't think it was linked to the discussion you had with the President, would have been coming out of the blue.
Yes, it would have, yeah. But I knew I had that, so it was, I was taken aback by the fact that this happened so soon. I would have expected the President to call me to say, listen, I've given consideration, etc. But it was now put in motion, so to speak.
But you say after due consideration, you declined.
And the consideration was very simple, that at the time it was an age thing. I think I must have been 52 or 53, and if I took the posting, I would have returned at the age of about 57. At the age of 57, to start a new career would be quite challenging. I'm not saying it's possible. So we evaluated it as a family from yes, and we appreciated the benefit of would have been in Canada, but I for one wanted to move out of government now, or wanted to move out of the situation of insufferable ministers and to be put back in a position where you now, as an ambassador, will have to report to a minister. And I did not have a good relationship with Minister Mashibane, and I didn't want to be in a situation where I would just be, having to accept whatever is coming to me and not having options. So I evaluated it together with my wife, and she was very gracious in accepting that, okay, we turned down the offer, and we will start a new life.
Thank you.
And I understand, it's not controversial, I can lead you on it, I presume, that you resigned in February 2012.
Yes, I did resign in February 2020. But let me just say, on the resignation, because it was a negotiated matter, I felt the moment we took the decision to not accept the posting to Canada, I had to inform President Zuma that I am declining the offer. I didn't want to go through the back channels, and so I did have a meeting with President Zuma and told him that I thanked him very much for the offer, but I will not be taking it up. And I gave him the reason that I want to go back into the private sector and build a career in the private sector. As luck would have it, and as the universe would have it, a opportunity arose where I could play a role in the development bank. A new bank was being established, and I was asked to consider playing a role in that bank. But one of the requirements was that I would have to upgrade my skills in management, etc. And it was suggested to me that I consider various institutions where I would be able to spend a short period, and after consultation with Nick Benedell from Gordon Institute of Business, it was decided that he recommended that I should go to Harvard for the advanced management program, but that was a very expensive affair. And it then turned on the issue of how the length of the contract between that we signed when we first joined in 2009. By that time, Cabinet has taken a decision that all Director Generals serve for a period of 5 years, rather than a period of 2 or 3 years. And in light of the constitutional ruling, I then approached President Zuma to say, my understanding is that this contract is for 5 years rather than 3 years, which is what Minister Twele was insisting upon. President Zuma was gracious. He agreed. It is a 5-year contract. And then this allowed me to negotiate with Minister Twele a settlement agreement in which I settled on a particular amount between 3 and the 5 year, but that would allow monies to be paid to Harvard for my studies there. I harbored under the illusion that if I applied as an individual to Harvard Business School that I may not get accepted. Subsequently, I found that you could do that. So this is why the SSA paid, and it was incorrectly reported in the newspapers that it was monies due to me, which were administered by the SSA in respect of payment to Harvard Business School, which I did. And on return from Harvard, I applied for a job in the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and I was successful in getting that job.
Before we go on in time, Mr. Shaik, to complete the picture, there will be direct evidence shortly in relation to Mr. Njenje. Did any similar offer emanate from the authorities in regard to an ambassador post for him?
Yes. Around about the same time, and I remember quite clearly that Director Njenje was made a similar offer to a post in Africa as ambassador to the post. And Njenje, and I must say this because often it is considered that the three of us are in dynamic consultation with each other. A remarkable feature of the relationship between the three of us is how little we consult on decisions that we arrive at, but yet we all seem to arrive at the same decisions. None of them have ever told me to accept or not accept the position, and neither did I ever mention or discuss with Mr. Njenje that he should not accept the post. He arrived at his decision independent of me, as independent of our DG Maqetuka as well.
Yes, he refused the post.
He refused the post.
Before moving on, there's just one matter I need to deal with, but this may eat into the short adjournment time.
Maybe you are reacting to the fact that I was looking like I wanted to say something. And you thought maybe I'm about to say, is it not tea time? No, I think I wanted to ask something in relation to that last point. As far as you know, or let me put it this way, your departure from intelligence in 2012, was it a consequence of your conclusion that you had lost or that your relationship with Minister Cwele had irretrievably broken down, and that you had lost the confidence of the president, or was it just the fact that your relationship with Minister Cwele had irretrievably broken down?
I think it was both, sir.
It was both.
It was both, and I understand it. It's the nature of life in the intelligence world.
Yes,
but it was both.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Is this a convenient time?
Yes, let's take the tea adjournment. We will resume at 11:30. We adjourn.
All rise.
Testing, testing audio. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, prazo. Testing, prazo. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
termination of your services. It's not to the purpose of your evidence now.
I don't know whether you should pull the mic closer to you or you should raise your voice, but...
My apologies, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
I hesitate to put a legal label on the termination of your services, but I do wish to ask you, in your own mind, what was the cause of your dismissal or your resignation, whatever label one wants to put on it?
I think the correct label to put to my departure from the intelligence services was an irretrievable breakdown between Minister Twele and myself, the origins of which lies in me being part of a decision to investigate the Guptas. And for that, I have no doubt. And of course, the exit was an elegant exit in terms of a negotiated settlement in respect of my rights in the contract and my insistence that the contract was for 5 years and not for 3 years.
And it is correct, is it not, that the 3 senior executives in the intelligence service at the time ended their employment around the same time?
That's correct, sir.
Going back to your own departure from intelligence in 2012, you say that the cause was the irretrievable breakdown of your relationship with Minister Twele, and you say the origins of which were related to your having been part of the decision to investigate the Guptas.
That's correct.
That's right. Are you able to say what else the two of you could not agree upon that characterized this breakdown or that contributed to this breakdown? Or is it really that difference of opinion on the investigation of the Guptas, and whatever else happened after that really was attached to that?
I think the investigation on the Guptas was a significant matter. It was a huge turning point in the relationship, because up until that point there was still a possibility of appeal to the President, that Minister Twele is not totally understanding of his portfolio, and but after the Gupta issue, so to speak, clearly it is Minister Twele who had the confidence of the President, and we, and as consequence me, did not have the confidence of the President. So that was a significant turning point, but there were other issues as well, and I would give a few of those. One is there was an election in regard to Cote d'Ivoire in which the election was contested between Gbagbo, the incumbent president at the time, and Ouattara, who was the president coming from the north.
Would you spell those names for the record, please? Can you?
I know Gbagbo is quite difficult.
Gbagbo is difficult given the language there, and I think Ouattara is Q-U-A-T-T-A-R-A. So the first round of the elections,
I think Gbagbo was, I think starts with a G.
It starts
and
with
a
a G, G-B-A-G-B-O.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So the first, was that a test? So the first...
You passed.
Yeah, the first round of the elections, Gbagbo won the first round, and Ouattara lost, and it was quite a close margin. And then the second round of the elections were held, in which Ouattara won. The information I received in my capacity as head of the Secret Service was that, notwithstanding the issues around the free and fairness of the election, that the results generally is that Ouattara won the election. The UN came out in support of Ouattara. ECOWAS, which is the West African regional body, came out in support of Ouattara. And the question is, what was South Africa's position going to be? The minister was of the view, together with others, that Gbagbo won the election and not Ouattara. And I was of the view that, together with others, that irrespective of who won the election, that the fact that the United Nations has expressed a view on it, it is in our multilateral interest to go with the outcome of the Ouattara election. So that was one of the major, one of the disagreements. The other concerns the appointment or the lobby for Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma to assume the chair of the African Union. I, and again with others, were of the view that it may not be in South Africa's medium to long-term interest for us to lobby for that position, given the kind of protocol that exists, that we do consider ourselves as a significant power on the continent, and it's not necessary for us to go for the position. It'll cause a kind of divide along Francophonie and other lines, and I was of the view that we should avoid that conflict. The minister and others were of the view that we should lobby for that position and that we should go for that position. So that was another example where we disagreed on policy issues. And there are a few others like that where we had significant disagreements. And of course, it just became clear to me that my views or my actions were increasingly brought under the microscope. There is one issue that broke the camel's back. It's an allegation that the minister made in respect of my own loyalty to the country. He was spreading a rumor or disinformation about that I work for another government, secret services, which is not true. I am, and the reason why I'm being a bit vague about it, sir, and I'm going to take the punt. I have written a book where most of this is there. But for the purposes of this commission, I would say that, yes, he also brought my loyalty to the country in question. But I took comfort from the fact that the people close to me, and in particular my two colleagues, were dismissive of that allegation, and nothing came of it.
The reason why I asked that question was just to see whether this was simply a situation where maybe it could be argued that you were pushing for something to be done or things to be done that were lawful, and that maybe his approach was different in regard to that, or whether it's a situation where maybe some things might fit into one person pushing for something that's lawful, another one pushing for a different thing, and other things which have got nothing to do with what's legal, what's not legal, but simply operational issues and policy issues that might have divided the two of you. So, but from what you are saying, it looks like there may have been a number of issues relating to policy where the two of you might not have agreed, or maybe some operational issues as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. On the policy issues, policy dissonance or policy contestation is a incredibly good thing in policy formulation. So having different perspectives, but of course, given the very unique position of intelligence, your policy posture must take into account all considerations, and you've got to not only seek the short-term benefit, you've got to see the medium and long-term consequences. And I was increasingly getting a sense that Minister Cwele and then later on President Zuma was applying short-termism and taking short-term benefits without due consideration to the medium and long-term consequences of those benefits, because there is no free lunch, as we have discovered from Saxonwold. But the important thing is, in intelligence, you welcome disagreement, you welcome contestation, you welcome different perspectives, because you are enriched by that process. And this is why I say that Minister Cwele, lack of experience in the intelligence world started to show, and started to have a effect because of the role he was playing so close to the president, so close to the foreign ministry. It started to have an effect on the choices we were making in the national interest. And of course, that didn't sit very well with me.
Would you categorize your departure from intelligence in 2012 in the terms of you having been pushed out, or in the terms of you having decided to withdraw in the light of the situation that you have described?
I was pushed out.
You were pushed out.
I was pushed out, but there's a wonderful saying. I think Minister Cwele thought he could bury me. He just didn't understand that I'm a seed. I grow. I don't, So I grew, and I grew out of that situation. I found an elegant exit. And yeah, I'm better off in the position that I am today than I was then.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pretorius?
Of course, the manner in which you testified you were treated, particularly by Minister Cwele, may have been a result of the breakdown rather than the cause of it. Do you have any comment on that possibility?
Yes, again, I would go back. If I look at all the possible significant causes, I would have to conclude that being party to the decision to investigate the Guptas was the significant cause. Everything that resulted from that moment was as a consequence of that, because I think the trust levels were invariably broken around that level.
At the time of you leaving the service, intelligence service, did you have any communication with any of the Gupta brothers?
Yes, I did have a communication. When I think it was just the media, and I think it was the Mail and Guardian, was going to write a story that the Guptas were behind my firing, or our firing, from the intelligence services. I received a phone call from Mr. Ajay Gupta. He identified himself as Mr. Ajay Gupta and said to me that the Mail and Guardian is going to be writing a story about that he or they were behind my firing, and that he would like me, and of course he then said, and my brother, we are family. So I had to correct Mr. Gupta and say, I'm sorry, we are not family. He then said, yes, but you know what I mean. I had to correct him against it. No, I really don't know what you mean. And then he said, well, I should tell the media that this is not true. And I said, Mr. Gupta, the difficulty I have with that is that I don't know whether it is not true. And I don't know whether it is true. So all I am prepared to say to the media, and which is what I did say, was no comment, that I have no comment to make on the matter. And that was it. But he attempted to get me to agree or get me to say that he was not behind my firing. Of course, what he did not know at the time is that he had on various occasions to at least one person that I know alluded to the fact that, they'd really wanted to get me out of the intelligence services.
He had
mentioned to a person in the intelligence services that I am part of a group of people who is planning to remove Zuma, and they've got to remove me from the services. Of course, at the time I didn't pay much attention to it. I was dismissive of it because I didn't believe, and I must be quite honest, I didn't really believe at that time that the Guptas had that much influence on state of affairs. I always considered them to be quite open about it. I considered them to be hangers-on that you normally get in the political processes, etc. But I did not know of the enormous influence that they wielded.
Do you know whether the person to whom that was said may be prepared to testify?
I will consult accordingly.
You will consult. Yes, please, thank you. And then be in touch with the legal team of the Commission.
Will do.
Thank you.
After your return from Harvard, I understand that you were appointed as the Group Executive of the International Unit of the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you occupied that post from August 2012 until your early retirement in August 2017.
That's correct.
In March 2016, were you aware of a memorandum that was submitted to the Secretary General of the ANC, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, addressed to him and the ANC by senior commanders and commissars of the former military wing of the ANC in Mkhonto Wesizwe?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
What was your involvement in relation to that memorandum?
I was asked by General Spiwe Nyanda to draft that memorandum, and he provided the input, and my task was to draft it up and send it to him for approval, which I did.
Right. Chair, that memorandum has been dealt with in evidence at some length. I'm not sure that it's necessary unless you wish to go into any more detail in that regard.
No, I don't think it's necessary unless the witness has anything he wants to highlight in it, but otherwise I've had evidence on it.
No, sir.
I presume as the drafter or one of the drafters of the memorandum, you stand by its contents.
Yes, I do.
The memorandum made reference, amongst other things, to the removal of Minister Nene from his post of Finance Minister in December 2015 and his proposed redeployment to the BRICS New Development Bank.
That's correct.
What do you know from your involvement in the banking sector of the so-called offer that was made to Minister Nene of a position in the BRICS Bank?
Yes. Chair, just as a way of background, in my capacity as a group executive of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, I had reason to be made aware of the discussions in regard to the formation of the New Development Bank. It has a long history, and the DBSA had played an instrumental role in all of the discussions and the construction and the debates about the bank itself, the New Development Bank. So the New Development Bank has shareholders, which sits at the level of the presidents of the country, and they are the shareholders of effect of the bank. Then its next governing body is the Board of Governors, and in the Board of Governors is where the ministers of finance sit. And below that then is the president of the bank and his management team. So I wanted just to explain those three levels of governance to see where this is leading to. So Minister...
I'm sorry, I must just make sure I understand. I sometimes get confused between what I believe is a bank that we have in South Africa that has got development as well, and then what I refer to as the BRICS Bank.
Yes.
Are we talking about the BRICS Bank now?
We're talking about the same bank. It's called the New Development Bank, or otherwise known as the BRICS Bank.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So, just to keep it on the same language, we'll refer it to as the BRICS Bank. So the BRICS Bank has the shareholders at the first level. The second level is the Board of Governors, which is constituted by the ministers of finance of the four or the five countries. Below that then is the president of the bank itself, who is effectively the CEO of the bank, and with his or her management team. So this is how the bank was envisaged. Its headquarters was going to be in Shanghai, China. And during this negotiations about the BRIC Bank, the question of a regional office of the BRICS Bank to be established in Africa as a starting point. And it took a lot of lobbying, and eventually it was agreed that the regional bank will be set up in South Africa. Now, the regional bank is precisely that. It is a regional bank. It's a branch of the New Development Bank, or of the BRICS Bank. And the decision of who would be the person who heads that regional bank is a decision of the management of the bank itself. Not even the governors. It will, of course, all decisions of importance will go to the governors for ratification, but the interviews, the choice, etc., will be done by the management of the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank. And it is not a separate bank. It's not a separate bank. It's not a separate entity from the New Development Bank. It is a office of the regional bank. And as such, the position was advertised, and there's a process that the management of the New Development Bank appointed a headhunting team. They headhunted, and people had to apply, etc., etc. There was no way a shareholder could impose on the management of the bank a nominee for regional officer without violating the corporate governance issues of the bank itself. It's just not done, and it is not good in terms of banking, and it is not good in terms of the governance issues, and that will affect, it would have affected the rating of the bank itself if shareholders are making decisions about who the employees of the bank is. So to be quite clear, the regional branch of the New Development Bank is an employee of the New Development Bank.
The memorandum to which we've just referred, the memorandum of March 2016, also made reference to the conduct of the Hawks in their investigation of the so-called rogue unit and SARS. Now, again, we don't need to go into that category of issue, but it does raise an issue with which the Commission may be concerned at the end of the day to assess, and that is the use of intelligence services or quasi-intelligence services and disinformation. Do you have any comments on that? You've mentioned it briefly before, but if you have anything to add, please do.
Before you do so, please don't forget the question. Don't forget this question.
Yes,
but before you deal with it, I want to go back to the question of Mr. Nene and the post that he was said to be deployed to in the BRICS Bank, because that's what you were talking about a few minutes ago, isn't it? Yes. By the way, do you recall what the position was being called? Was there a title of what the position was that he was said to?
I think it was the head of the regional.
Oh, just head
Yes,
of it. Yes, okay. Now, when you speak as you have done, explaining the structure of the bank and who sits where, you're doing so now from certainly your knowledge as somebody from within the bank, is that
correct.
right? You know that those are the structures and so on and so on. And you are familiar with the regulations, with whatever instruments must be followed in the filling of positions, including such a position. So you are saying that the relevant instruments governing the appointment of personnel, including somebody who would occupy that position of head of the regional bank, did not permit that a shareholder could say, here is somebody who must be appointed without, and the bank agreeing to do that without being in breach of its own regulations or instruments. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. So with your knowledge of the instruments that govern appointments in the bank, are you able to make sense of the announcement at the time that Minister Nene was not going to continue as Minister of Finance because he was going to be deployed in that position? Or is it something that you are not able to understand how it would happen?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me in my experience now, no longer as intelligence, but as a banker. It didn't make sense to me at all that could firstly happen, but secondly, it didn't make sense to me that Minister Nene would accept that, because he served as as a governor
on a higher position.
On the higher position, and now he was going to be taking a considerably lower position, and that wouldn't have made sense to me if I was in that position. And I didn't see how Minister Nene would have taken up that position in any event.
Well, he says in his statement, which is submitted to the Commission, I think also in his evidence, he makes the same point that he was already serving in a higher position.
That's correct.
And this was a lower position. But if I recall correctly, either at the time of that announcement or subsequently when the former president was answering questions in the National Assembly on the decision, I seem to recall that the idea, as he articulated it, was we need in that bank or in that position, we need somebody, one of our own, and we need a good performer, and that's why we are sending him there. So you say that in terms of the instruments of the bank, you can't see how it would happen, quite apart from the fact that it was a lower position for him.
That is my evidence, sir. And just by the way, we have, South Africa has the position for now of the Chief Financial Officer of the New Development Bank, who is also, I think, considered as a Vice President of the bank, who was nominated by Minister Nene. His name is Mr. Leslie Marsdorp, and it's when in the formation of the bank, Mr. Marsdorp was appointed to that position through the proper processes and so forth. So it would have been incredibly odd for Minister Nene, who in his capacity appointed through the regular process and appropriate process a individual to the Chief Financial Officer post, then only to eventually report much lower down the line to that office. It just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all.
You may not be able to answer this, and I would understand. Would you know whether the shareholders would appreciate or would have knowledge and appreciation of all of these things? Or is it possible that some of the shareholders thought you could just say, here is our nominee, and then the nominee would be appointed?
On a generous interpretation, I have to conclude that our shareholders in particular did not have a thorough understanding of how this bank would work, how it would be set up, what are the instruments, and how do you ensure that in the banking environment that the separation between policy and management and implementation, especially because these banks get international ratings, and the ratings determine the kind of the cost of money that you would be able to raise. And if there's interference in the banking, in governance issues, it affects the ratings very badly. So I think on the generous side of the interpretation, I think our shareholders did not have a proper and due understanding of how the mechanism of the bank would actually work.
When you say our shareholders, you mean our as South Africa's?
South Africa, yes.
Yes. Now, at the time when Mr. Nene was dropped from cabinet, which was 9 December 2015, were you already in the bank, working in the bank?
In the year was 2015. Yes, I was already. I was in the bank. I was in the DBSA from 2012, yes. August 2012.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You were going to deal, Mr. Shaik, with the issue of disinformation,
yes,
and the use of disinformation by the possible use of disinformation by intelligence agencies.
Very briefly said that our country does have a history of what is called disinformation, and disinformation is the manufacturing of false intelligence for purposes of influencing the target. And the country has a long history of this, starting from the days of President Nelson Mandela, all the way to President Zuma, and I'm sure even now President Ramaphosa may be the target of such disinformation campaigns. And they take a very unique form where you put pieces of information together that may appear to be true, but when you really go into the detail, you'll find that this is not the case. And these disinformation campaigns, you'll recall, way back in 1994, the head of the then SANDF, General Mayring, presented a report to Nelson Mandela, in which, to President Nelson Mandela, in which it was alleged that there was a possible coup being planned against President Mandela that involved, amongst others, some South African names, and including the name of Michael Jackson. And this report, and I would understand that General Mayring may not know what to have done with it, so he did pass it on to President Mandela, who rejected the report. But like that report, we have had many other reports. They're called browse mole, they call spider web, they are called a whole range of things, where these reports emanate from sources that you quite can't locate, and brought together. And the first telltale sign of that is, and just an example for you, if someone calls you and says, I cannot discuss this over the phone with you, I need to meet you in person. Just let an alarm bell ring in your head. I mean, if the person can't discuss it over the phone with you, he will not be able to discuss it in person with you as well. So we were deeply concerned by this phenomenon, deeply concerned. So again, under the leadership of Ambassador Matlatuka in 2010, we invited a specialist in this matter, and it happened to be a Ghanaian by the name of Kofi Bentham Quanston. He's an ex...
it might be helpful if you are able to spell that for the transcribers. Okay. If you are able to,
Kofi, you can just... K-O-F-I, Bentham, B-E-N-T-U-M, Quanston, Q-U-A-N-S-T-O-N.
Thank you.
So Kofi is a specialist on the matter, and he's written books because his country too was affected by this phenomenon of bogus informants, bogus reports, etc. So we invited him over and had a all-day seminar on our facilities, where we tried to grapple with this phenomenon of disinformation and how to be able to manage disinformation and to neutralize its very destructive effects. But often, and it is something that I will spend my days really reflecting on, is what is it in our society that we lend ready ears to conspiracies, etc. And it just seems that we do have a society in which we reject modernity, where we do not embrace the proper science of, like, is this possibly true or not true, and subject it to the rigors of analysis and come to the conclusion that this is not true, and therefore reject it and don't act on it, and thereby minimizing its destructive effects. I have found that there is, and this goes across administrations, that there has been a tendency to lend a ready ear to these disinformation campaigns, and it has been a source of destabilization of our government through various epochs. So again, many of the examples, browse mole, spider web, I just forget all the names now, and they all come up with very interesting names. That happens when you do not rely on your intelligence services as your fact-checking entity. If you have an intelligence service, equip it, guide it, allow it to go through all the information and be able to tell you that this is not true, this is maybe reasonably true, and reject it. And you'll also notice that these reports emanate from out of the blue. They just find their way in and make themselves, they appear in the media and go forward. Now, on the matter of disinformation, sir, I must also put on record that it is suggested, and it has been suggested as a result of an allegation I made in respect of the previous National Director of Public Prosecutions, in which, and as a result of the allegations I made, people have accused me of being a disinformation specialist, etc. So I want to put on record that that is not the case. The allegation which was dealt with in the Heifer Commission was not a whispering campaign I started or a...
Is this a reference to the first National Director of Public Prosecutions?
It is correct, sir.
Yes, okay.
Right. And I went through that process. I openly said what I had to say. I did not write funny reports, etc. Openly said the Judge Heifer dealt with the matter. He rejected the allegations that I made, and I accepted the outcome of that report, and I accordingly went to apologize to Advocate Bulelani Nuka and his wife, and I think the matter between us is settled, because what I believed I did at the time, I would rather classify it as whistleblowing. I knew of certain information, and I was of the view that the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecution was being used for political purposes, and that, in my mind, represented an abuse of state power. But the media had a field day. It is, if you want to Google it, I'm still trying to get it removed from Google. It is all there, and I've learned with the passage of time the wisdom and the resilience to bear that and accept that it is a cross that I would have to bear. But I am not involved in the game of disinformation, and I am not, and I never was, part of dirty tricks, so to speak.
That allegation to which you've referred is reported in the publication by Jacques Poe, The President's Keepers. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of this. I must say that I have a lot of respect for Jacques, and I think in the way he wrote what he wrote there, he was taking what we call liberties, so to speak. But there are elements in what he wrote there, it's true, that I did in fact have a meeting with Arthur Fraser at the time, and I did in fact mention to Arthur Fraser that I heard that he has these so-called tapes. And here's the important thing, that I asked him to do the right thing. And he asked me, what is the right thing? And I said, you have information in your possession that affects the innocence or otherwise of another person. Take this information to the National Prosecuting Authority. And he did. He did. He didn't take it anywhere else. He took it to the National Prosecuting Authority, and that is what Jacques Poe refers to, and I accept that that is correct.
If I may just put a brief excerpt from the book to you so that the air can be properly cleared and the matter is thoroughly dealt with. He says at page 39 of his publication, Mo Shaik was involved in the Zuma camp's own dirty tricks campaign. 2 weeks after the state had announced that the NPA was about to hurl Shabir Shaik before a judge, Mo Shaik identified prosecution's boss, Bulelani Nguka, as apartheid spy RS-452. He later said he'd made the allegations in order to defend the honor of the Deputy President of this country. Jacob Zuma. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, in my capacity as an intelligence officer way back in the 1980s, I had come across information that gave me reason to investigate Bulelani Nuka for possible association with the apartheid government. That was communicated to head office and communicated to Lusaka. And the matter for me rested there until much later when I received other information. And then in light of the abuses that were taking place, or the abuse of office of the deputy president, not necessarily Shabil, but the deputy president in particular, Mac Maharaj II, I was of the view that there may be a link between the investigation that we did way back in the 1980s to what is happening now. And I went public with that. And then as a result, the Heifer Commission resulted. I didn't consider that to be dirty tricks. I didn't consider that to be part of a smear campaign. It was very public, very open commission, and I willingly participated in it, subjected myself to the interrogation, made it clear that I would accept the outcome of the judge's report, and which I did. So I didn't see that as dirty tricks. However, I must say that I know Jacques, and when I read that, I smiled and said, this is the liberty he's taking as a novelist or a journalist, and I'm not going to make an issue of it.
The agent, codenamed RS452, was apparently later identified as a Vanessa Breton. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
We may move on then. Just to close off on the memorandum that we have spoken about, just for completeness sake in that regard, you were part of a delegation of signatories to that memorandum to the office of the Secretary General of the ANC, Mr. Mantashe.
That's correct.
How were you received?
We were received very well, very well. I couldn't remember all the names of the officials that were there, but it was. But we were received very well by the Secretary General, by Jesse Duarte, and I think Jeff Khadebe was also there. So it was a good delegation.
In relation to intelligence documentation and access to intelligence documentation in relation to the issue of state capture raised in that memorandum, did you make any suggestions to the ruling party at the time?
Yes, we suggested that the office of the Inspector General be approached, in which, and knowing the laws and the regulations that govern the Inspector General, that the political party could approach the Inspector General for access to documentation or information as may be classified or declassified by the Inspector General's office himself. I was not willing, and I know that Ambassador Makatuka was not willing to provide that documentation to the ANC, because then it would have been in violation of the very constitution that we are furthering the aims of a political party, and we did not want to get involved in that. So we raised the issue and showed them the mechanism by which they could obtain the information.
You have mentioned in paragraph 48 of your statement, affidavit, a disclosure that you thought prudent to bring to the attention of the Chair. Would you do so, please?
Chair, since leaving, taking early retirement from the Development Bank, my wife and I have opened our own consultancy, and we in fact do provide, and I in particular do provide services to one organization that may be or is implicated in the terms of your reference. And I thought it prudent that I disclose that conflict to the extent that it is a conflict, although the matters are very separate. And I have provided the name of that company to the evidence leader, and my preference would be that that matter be discussed in chamber.
It's not a conflict.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
One last topic, please. The former president has given evidence in relation to intelligence matters before the commission. And this matter has been raised with you, been able to assist in some regard to understand that evidence. Firstly, you have said you had a relationship with the former president in the context of intelligence or security matters.
That is correct.
Did he ever mention to you any conspiracy or plan on the part of foreign intelligence agencies?
In round about 1991, and I recall after he no longer occupied the position of head of intelligence in the ANC, he did mention to me that he had been given information that there are two foreign agencies who want to stop him from assuming power in the country. I assumed at that point in time that what he was referring to, because in 1994, power was a bit vague in terms of what particular power we're talking about, and I thought that he was referring to perhaps they don't want him to be the head of the intelligence services or rise within the political ranks, assuming a ministerial post, etc. But he did mention that to me, but he did not give me the details of exactly that conversation, who said this to him, etc. But he mentioned it to me, and I, on the other hand, did not push to ask where is it coming from, etc. It is something that you don't do in the intelligence game.
The information that was given to you, was it that he should not be head of an intelligence agency, or was it that there was a conspiracy that he should be prevented from assuming power in any capacity whatsoever?
I saw all of that in one package. But I would, when I really think about it now, I would assume that he was referring to political power in government, so to speak.
Would
And
there
maybe
be
within the
any
ANC as well.
explanation why?
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. Sorry. Maybe within the ANC
Yes,
as a
and it
whole
may-
political party itself as
Yes,
well?
it may be within the ANC as the political party as well.
Yes, because the two could go together.
Hand in glove.
The higher you rise in the political party, the ruling party, the higher you may rise in terms of government positions.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. What interest would a foreign intelligence agency have in, let's just deal with the one aspect, which I understood to be what you told us, the interest in someone not assuming an intelligence position, someone of the background of the former president?
Well, the possible reasons for that is we did, and remember the world at that time was just emerging out of essentially the Cold War era, in which intelligence services were the front line of the war that existed between the various intelligence services. And it is a possibility that these intelligence services may not want someone who's been trained in the East or trained by either the East Germans or the Russians to be the head of the intelligence service here, on the basis that once in position of power, the natural leaning will be towards the services from which they were trained. And I think the possibilities that the Western intelligence services were trying to avoid that, which is more a reflection on the thinking of Western intelligence services.
Apart from what you were told by the former president, do you have any of your own knowledge in this regard? I don't want to cross the line into intelligence matters unnecessarily.
Well, I do know that there is various training that does occur by intelligence services across the world of each other, and those relationships do in fact carry a degree of persuasion, but not necessarily to the extent they think it does. But we as a country has benefited from that because previous apartheid intelligence services were trained by Mossad and others. So Western intelligence services in the main. The liberatory forces were trained by the Eastern intelligence services in the main. And when we all came together, we had the benefit of all of that training. So yes, it is, training does have a level of influence on trainees subsequently.
At the time this conversation between yourself and the former president took place, or indeed at any other time, did the former president tell you that the reason that he, the former president, should not rise either in the intelligence or in the governing party ranks was that he would somehow be able to reveal and block assumption of power by infiltrators?
No, we didn't have that kind of discussion.
Yeah.
But I must say that in discussions on intelligence, often those things are assumed and applied, but we didn't have a direct discussion on it.
Well, given your knowledge of the intelligence structures at the time and your participation in those intelligence structures, and given your knowledge of the position held by yourself and others and the former president, would he have had exclusive knowledge of the identity of infiltrators?
No, I think he would have had a privileged access to that knowledge, but in his capacity as head of the intelligence service, he would not have the only access. There were others like Sizakela Sigash, Joe Ntlantla, who, and of course,
Yourself?
to the extent I would have from the parts that I worked with, others who worked with it would have that knowledge. So the knowledge would not be the purview of one person, so to speak. And of course, the intelligence services the ANC intelligence service did not exist in isolation from the leadership of ANC itself. And they were reporting lines to the leadership, and I think the leadership would also have been taken into confidence about suspicions or whatever.
The former president also alluded to the fact that this plot or conspiracy continued to the very present. Do you have any comment in that regard? And in fact, he went so far as to say that this commission itself was the culmination of such a conspiracy. Do you have any comment on the continuing nature of this conspiracy?
I have no knowledge of a of a conspiracy to have toppled the previous president. There was none that I was aware of, and if anything, our memorandum, which was, I think, the first that called for a commission, was a desperate plea to the president to hear the cries of South Africans who are saying all is not well in this land. And that is not a conspiracy. That was simply a plea for him to listen to rational voices talking about things that are not going right in the country. And it's unfortunate that he would have considered that to be a conspiracy.
Thank you, Mr. Shaik.
Thank you.
Chair, I have no further questions.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Shaik, for your evidence. We have taken much longer than we may all have thought we would, but I think it was all very important. The evidence touched on very important issues which the Commission wanted to hear evidence on. Thank you very much for coming forward, and I just hope that your coming forward and the fact that your colleagues, two other colleagues, are also have made themselves available will encourage a lot of other former and current DGs and deputy DGs nationally and in various provinces who know a lot of things that should be shared with the Commission in order to enable the Commission to have a full picture of what the situation is in our country that it has gone through, and to enable the Commission to make recommendations that hopefully can help to make sure that the future of the country is better than the past. So I hope that your having come to the Commission will assist and encourage and inspire others. But thank you very much for coming forward. And if a need arises that we ask you to come back, I have no doubt that you will be agreeable to coming back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next witness is Mr. Njenje.
Yes.
I see we would need 5 or so minutes to
start to
facilitate the turnover,
Yes.
but I wonder whether an early break would help so that we don't break twice.
We could take the lunch break now and then maybe resume at 1:45.
That would avoid 2 breaks. Break once.
Yes, but of course, if we took just 5 minutes, if that's all you would need, we could cover the preliminary issues before 1 o'clock, and when we come back at 2 o'clock, maybe we are going to the meat of the evidence, if you know what I mean. So your preferences would be that we take the break now. It's just that if we keep to the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock arrangement for lunch, it might help with certain things. And so
Happy that we take 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and then
we'll
you
go for-
use the 15 minutes before 1 o'clock to take care of preliminary issues or whatever introductory parts, and then when you come back at 2 o'clock, we go into the real issues.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We'll take, it's 22. We'll resume at 1:45. We adjourn.
All rise.
appreciate it. As I have expressed to Mr. Shaik, apply to you. We appreciate that people who occupied senior positions in various government departments who have got something to share with the Commission and with the nation in an attempt to assist the Commission, to assist the nation, come forward and share that information with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Pretorius.
Director Njenje, you have before you Exhibit PP2.
That is correct.
Perhaps we should admit that then.
We already did for all of them, including
Okay.
the next witness yesterday. Well, I don't know, Director Njenje, I don't know where I got the general part from. But yeah, okay, thank you.
You signed your statement.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. It's hot. I feel hot. Maybe the aircon a little bit. I know that I keep on confusing you. Sometimes I say switch it off. Sometimes I say put it on. But maybe it shouldn't be too much because sometimes it affects the hearing. But Mr. Pretorius looks at me as if he doesn't know what I'm talking about. He's not feeling hot.
No, I'm not.
So maybe it's just me. But,
Chair, I take no responsibility for the air conditioning. I'm prepared to assist.
Okay, all right, let's continue.
Mr. Njenje, it appears from page 8 of Exhibit PP2 that you signed a statement on the 26th of November 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you then attest to this statement before a commission of oaths?
That is correct.
Was that on the 20th of August 2019?
That is correct.
Well, this may have nothing to do with you. It's rather unusual in the sense that it doesn't have what we call the Commission of Oath certificate at the end, or at least I don't see it. I don't know whether the fine print on the stamp reads like a certificate of the Commission of Oaths, but also because at the beginning I don't think it does what normally an affidavit does, namely I do hereby swear or make an oath and sense.
Yes, it doesn't. The introduction doesn't do that, and we can fix it up. But
Yeah.
the fine print at the stamp on page 8
Yes,
does contain the requisite
wording
wording for
the
that.
certificate.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Njenje, or Director Njenje, tell the court, please, as you do in paragraph 2 and 3 of your statement or affidavit, of your background.
Can you repeat, please?
In paragraph 2 and 3
Yeah.
of your statement, I'll refer to it for the moment as a statement, you record some of your own personal background. Would you tell that to the court, to the Commissioner, please?
I left the country in 1977 and I joined the ANC. I joined the military wing Umkhonto weSizwe and I went a military training, and a few years later I went to specialize in intelligence in Russia, or Soviet Union at the time. And after completed training, I returned to Africa and applied the intelligence trade for for Umkhonto weSizwe in the Department of Intelligence and Security of the ANC.
Did you do so from 1979 until 1994?
That is correct.
What was your role in the Department of Intelligence and Security of the
I played
then ANC party?
I played various roles and responsibilities in the Department of Intelligence and Security. Starting off with the vetting of people who were coming through Mozambique, joining the ANC, and those would be cadres of the ANC who, whether they were going to join Umkhonto weSizwe or were going to school, they had to go through the processes of vetting, security vetting. And I did that until 1980, 81, where I was then made the administrator for the office in Maputo, the ANC, the DIS office in Maputo. And that meant now working on intelligence information, including all the biographies that would have been collected by the field workers where I had been before, and receiving reports from Swaziland, from Lesotho, and from South Africa. And those would include very sensitive intelligence reports.
In the course of
those
sorry,
reports.
Oh, I think he is not done.
Those reports I would compile and consolidate and send to Lusaka every week.
Director Njenje, in the course of your work as an official of the Department of Intelligence Security of the ANC between 1979 and 1994, would you have come to know of threats of infiltration into the ANC?
That is correct.
Was it part of your duty to know the identity of such persons?
That is correct.
And from whom would you receive such information, and to whom would you give such information?
That information would be from where I was sitting at the time. I would provide that to the leadership of the department, who I knew would then pass on to the leadership of the ANC, specifically the president of the ANC.
So the information that you say you would receive weekly from Mozambique would be information about individuals who were joining the ANC, as well as simply reports about the situation in the country. In other words, just intelligence information about maybe certain parts of the country or the country, quite apart from intelligence information about individuals.
It is correct, Chair. It would be information that we would have received from the interviews that were conducted on individuals who were joining. It would be information that we would have received from open source, the newspapers, the media. It would be information that would be received from agents of the department and the ANC, as well as a membership or underground people who were working for the ANC providing information, as well as information that would be coming from within the former enemy ranks, people who would be working for the ANC and the Department of Intelligence Security.
Yeah, but what I want to establish is whether you were focusing or specializing on intelligence information relating to people who were joining the ANC. In other words, focusing on people as such, getting information about those people, or whether it was also getting intelligence information generally about the country or certain parts of the country, apart from the individuals who were joining.
It is both the people as well as general information and across the country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Is that a convenient time?
Yes, let's take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
All rise.
Under whose auspices was the principal agent network established?
It was established under Deputy Director General Operations, Mr. Arthur Fraser.
And so, as I understand it, you were directed by Minister Twele to investigate the establishment of this network.
That is correct.
Did you then set up an investigation?
Yes, I did.
And did those investigators report to you from time to time?
That is correct.
Did you then report to the minister?
Yes, I did.
While the investigation into, let's refer to it as PAN, P-A-N, was ongoing, were any members of the intelligence services suspended?
That is correct.
You don't need to name them all, but who was suspended in the main?
In the main, it was Mr. Arthur Fraser and a gentleman who was responsible for what was called the Covert Support Unit.
Right. Did Arthur Fraser later resign?
Yes, he did.
What were the allegations against Mr. Fraser and the others who were suspended, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, what was being investigated was the acquisition of properties, of vehicles, employment of people who were either members or non-members, but employed as part of this PEN program.
Is it fair to summarize the allegations as an abuse of funding?
That is correct.
Bear with me a moment. We'll come back to that investigation and the fate of that investigation later on in your statement. Let's just go, if we may, to paragraph 13 to keep the timeline. During 2009, we understand from Mr. Shaik's evidence there were certain structural changes in the structure of the intelligence services.
Correct.
What was your role and the role of your two colleagues in that?
My role was to primarily look at how we were restructuring the domestic branch from what was then known as NIA. And as well, we had to synchronize and together, sit together as the three of us, to sit with that all structures were talking to one another, including that of the foreign and the domestic, the academy, and all of those.
Did you have the support of Minister Twele in your efforts of restructuring?
At the beginning, yes.
And after the beginning?
After the beginning, some problems developed.
Did those relate to the work that you were doing in the restructuring, or were there other reasons?
They related to the work that we were doing.
In the restructuring process?
In the restructuring process.
Did you discuss these issues or problems, as you refer to them, with Minister Twele?
Yes, indeed, we did discuss the issues.
And what was the outcome of those discussions?
I think the outcome of the discussions was that the minister promised that he would lift his tempo, he would raise his tempo a bit in terms of delivery, because we would make submissions, because we could not implement structures without his authorization. So we needed that authority for us to continue to do the work that we were supposed to.
And were there delays in his responses to your proposals?
That is to our submissions, correct.
Right. And did this assist or hamper your work?
It did hamper our work.
Was there a decision then to approach the president?
Excuse me?
Was there a decision at that stage to approach the president about the problems you were facing in the intelligence services?
At a point, yes, a decision was made that we should see the president.
The issues which gave rise to the problems, are they issues that you may be able to tell me about, or are they the types of issues that preferably you shouldn't tell me about because of intelligence?
I think it's issues that I can declare.
Yes, yeah, please tell me, give me an idea what those issues were.
I think basically it were administrative issues, where minister will sit on submissions for long periods of time. Issues of personal relations, I think we're starting to develop as well. And I think the issues of him wanting to take part in the work that we were supposed to be doing.
They related to administrative and operational issues.
That is correct.
And in part, they related to him wanting to get involved in operational issues which you believed should be left to you.
That is correct, Chair.
Is that right? And that caused some tension.
It did cause frictions and tension, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Did you come to know during 2010 of an investigation or proposed investigation into the activities of the Gupta family?
That is correct.
How did you come to know of that? Was it something that was happening within your department, as it were?
It was happening in my department, and it was also happening from the foreign branch point of view.
Right. And did you receive information from your operatives in relation to this investigation?
That is correct.
Well, do you want to tell me what information precisely you were informed of that gave rise to the idea that there should be an investigation?
Yes, Chair. There had been what is called an information exchange between our service and foreign services, where they were inquiring and asking for assistance from us with regards to certain issues that gave rise for concern to them.
Is that uranium mine, the uranium mine?
That is one of them, yes. And of course, our protocol allows that we do those exchanges, and that was going on. When I arrived in 2009, there were already some those investigations were going on. So at the point where Advocate Pretorius is inquiring, it was a report back from structures about work that they were doing with regards to those investigations.
Also, so the investigation, when you arrived in the department, there was already an investigation that was ongoing.
Correct, Chair.
But as far as you know, at that time, the minister was unaware of the investigation. At that time when you arrived, when you got to know about it, were you told that he was not aware?
I do not think that he was aware, Chair.
You do not think he was aware?
I do not think so, Chair.
Yes. And at a certain stage, you thought it was necessary that oh no, I think from what Mr. Shaik said, it wasn't your decision that he should know. He called you, but that comes later.
Chair, the fact of the matter is, the minister heard from somebody who was at the meeting that the issue was raised and discussed.
Yes, no. It's just that earlier on I was thinking whether, having arrived in the department and found this investigation going on, and being of the view that he was unaware, I was thinking whether you might have decided that he should know. But then I remembered that in terms of Mr. Shaik's evidence, it doesn't look like you decided that he should know, but he got wind of it and then called you.
Chair, remember, these are two independent structures. I run my management, and the Ambassador Chair was running his management.
The foreign
branch. I'm running the domestic.
Domestic, yes.
So although we did exchange information at the top,
yes.
At the level of operations, we were running independent operations.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Pretorius, I interrupted.
Yes, as I understand your evidence and that of Mr. Shaik, there was a meeting to discuss this investigation.
That is correct.
Ambassador Makatuka was there, you were there, and Shaik was there, amongst others.
That's correct.
And do I understand your evidence correctly that someone from that meeting informed the minister of the investigation? That's your supposition?
From our meeting, the one that I'm saying the domestic branch had, the management meeting, there was a report that we received that the investigation is at this point and it's going on. From my own team, somebody went to talk to the minister to say that there is an investigation of this nature.
And
so
then
it gave rise then to the meeting that we had with the minister.
With the three colleagues?
That is correct.
And that's the meeting to which Mr. Shaik referred. You were here when he did that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And subsequent to that, I understand there was a meeting with Minister Cwele at the minister's instance.
That is correct, sir.
Before we get there, did you receive reports or did you hear what Minister Cwele was saying about your involvement in the investigation and why the investigation was allegedly taking place under your command?
Yes, I did hear.
What was he saying?
I heard he was saying that I have got personal interests that are conflicting to those of the Gupta family, and these were business related. I think at the meeting that we had, I tried to establish from him where he got this and what evidence he had, if he could provide me with that, because he was making my work to be difficult, especially because he started off by talking not directly to me, never came to me, never called me in and said, but I understand there is this situation, we are conflicted, and therefore that whatever maybe you should be doing, whether you're recused or whatever, nothing of the sort happened.
Well, that's quite important. It appears that from what you say, prior to the meeting to which Mr. Shaik has testified and you will testify in a moment, you say that the minister never approached you to raise any issue about conflicting business interests in relation to the Gupta investigation.
No, Chair.
Did anyone else raise the issue with you?
No, Chair, other than just the rumor that was taking rounds.
What is the true position? Were there any business interests you held in competition or in conflict with the Gupta business interests?
I have got no clue. I don't know what other business interests they were doing. I mean, what other businesses they were involved in. But I was not involved in any business when I was working for the state. All my business interests I had to cease operating, and therefore that I did not have anything that was active. I was not actively involved in business.
Well, I understand it would be difficult for you to speculate, but has anyone since then ever pointed out to you that this business interest or that business interest might be what was termed as the conflicting business interest?
No, not even the president raised that at the meeting that Mr. Shaik referred to.
From your point of view, Director, what was the reason for the intelligence service to investigate the Gupta family?
There were many disturbing things that were happening at the time, especially in the circles, in political circles, where people were talking about the influence of the family on our president. And that concerned us greatly. The association of the president's children with the family was also a matter of grave concern to intelligence.
Any other reason?
The other reasons were that they should not put our country at jeopardy in terms of dealing with rogue elements, in terms of businesses that they were running using natural resources of the country.
All right. You've heard the evidence of Mr. Shaik in relation to two meetings. In your statement, you deal in some detail with the latter meeting with the former president. But in relation to the meeting with Mr. Cwele, do you agree with the recollections of Mr. Shaik? Do you have any other recollections or any different recollections?
I do recall, Chair, that it was the first time that he was raising the issue of my personal interests directly in my presence, directly with me. Of course, talking to all of us at the same time. I think that did not sound good to me, and I reacted to that. I said, but I mean, if you're a minister, I think you should be doing better than this. You're the minister, you're responsible here. If you have got issues, why don't you raise them properly? We've got regulations, we've got policies, we've got everything in place which you can use as your instruments for your oversight on us. Why is it that you are deciding to deal with the matter in the manner? So I was not happy, personally.
Well, I don't know if my recollection is correct, but I think Mr. Shaik may have said something along the lines that he had never seen you so unhappy or angry. I'm not sure I can't remember, but I got the impression that he felt that you were very extremely unhappy, to say the least, but maybe even angry, I'm not sure, at hearing this accusation being leveled against you. Would that be a fair reflection,
I think so, Chair, because I felt like being personally assaulted at the time that this was happening. And the fact that he could not show me any piece of thing to say, this is what I'm talking about.
And did he give details such as, you are involved in this business or this business, you have an interest in this company or this company, this is what this company does. The Guptas have got this company which does the same. These two or whatever companies are competing. That's the conflict of interest I'm talking about. Did you give details such as those?
There was nothing of that nature, Chair. There was no illustration of any sort to say, this is why I'm saying you have got this. And you see, I had not even applied for the job of coming through in 2009. He approached me to say that I must join, and he knew what I was doing, that I was in business. And as I came in, I declared those interests to say this is what I'm involved in, and resigned in all of those interests that would cause anyone to say there's a conflict of interest.
Yes.
We'll come back to that sequence of events. Your statement is constructed on the basis of a timeline, and I'd like to deal with the incident that you referred to in paragraph 17. You received a call from a long-time friend of yours. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Who was that?
It is Mr. Achille.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. Were you saying you will come back to the issue of that meeting, or are you done with that meeting?
The meeting with the president, I'll come back to, but I've done with the Kwele meeting.
With the Kwele meeting, okay. Now, did Minister Kwele say that the investigation must be stopped in express terms?
I think what was coming out of the meeting here with Minister Kwele was that, in effect, we will be investigating the president if we continue with this investigation, and therefore that he did not think that it was proper that we should be investigating the president. Our point was simple, that no, we're not investigating the president. We are trying to help the president from this relationship here. And the more we know about what is going on, the better we are to advise the executives as to what they should be doing with this family.
As I understand the position from Mr. Shaik's evidence, there was a concern expressed that it could be that the funding, if I'm not mistaken, for the Shiva uranium was obtained from the Iranians.
Yes.
Iranians, and what was sought to be investigated was whether there was truth to that. There might have been much more to be investigated than just that, but that was part of it. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Are you able to say whether there was something else other than that you wanted to, that was being investigated?
Chair, what I can say in addition is that it was not only the Guptas that were falling in that type of investigation.
Yes.
There were other investigations that were being carried out.
Yes.
And they also affected people like from India and Pakistan.
Yes, yes.
And there were court cases that followed
Yes.
those investigations.
Yes.
Where some of South Africa's technology was being sold illegally to some of those countries.
But as far as the Guptas were concerned, particularly with regard to Shiva uranium, was that the main thing that was to be investigated?
No, more than that, Chair.
It was more than that.
Yes.
Did it include the question of what influence the Guptas had on the family?
That is correct, Chair.
That is correct.
That included that.
Is that what Minister Cwele was talking about when he said you would be investigating the president if you continue with this investigation? In other words, because the investigation included what influence the Guptas had on him. As you understood him, what was your understanding of what he was saying?
At the time, Chair, I think I took it at face value that he meant if we dig more in this, into these people, we may find something on the president. But I did not link it to issues of the people trying to unseat the president and all of those.
Yes. But well, you have confirmed that part of what the investigation was to look at was what influence or what level of influence the Gupta family had on the president. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
I may add that
Yes.
it was an assumption on our part as well that it's possible that they are just employees of another intelligence agency, and the aim, of course, is to influence the president.
Okay, yes. So that was the angle from which you were coming.
We're looking at all angles.
At all angles, but that was one.
Including that, yes.
Yes. Okay, but you say that when Minister Cwele said, if you continue with this investigation, in effect, you will be investigating the president, or it will be like you are investigating the president.
That is
correct.
correct.
You say your understanding was that he was saying, if you investigate, you might come across things that relate to the president, maybe that you should not, as far as the president is concerned, or as far as he was concerned, he thought you should not go to.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Did he, and he expressed a view that was against continuing with the investigation?
He did.
Yes.
He did, Chair.
Are you able to tell me how he expressed his views in this regard? Was he quite forceful? Was he quite adamant? Was he just expressing them in a very calm manner?
Chair, he was forceful.
He was forceful.
He was forceful that, this issue of private interests coming to play, and that you are, it's like we're ganging up, and the colleagues are ganging up with me to achieve personal interests. No, he was forceful on that, and but of course he could not lay on the table to us and say these are the reasons why I'm saying this.
Did you get the impression that he had an understanding and an appreciation of the national security risk that you were concerned about?
I think I'm going to say something in the course of my statement, but he seemed to have other interests other than national interest.
Oh, okay. And did it deal pertinently with your reasons that you articulated as to why the three of you believed that the investigation should continue? Did it deal pertinently with your reasons in terms of why you thought it was necessary that the investigation should continue?
It did not, Chairman.
It did not?
No.
Was his main point simply that, in effect, you people can't investigate the president. This will amount to investigating the president.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Are you able to remember other points that he put forward to try and say, going on with this investigation is not a good idea? Or
Chair, he did not have something like a rational, argument, and we sat and spoke around that.
Yes.
It was just that you guys, all that we are doing now is to investigate the president effectively.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
As I understand the position in summary then, Director, the three colleagues, Matuka, yourself and Mr. Shaik, were called into a meeting by the Minister, Minister Twele.
That's correct.
At that meeting, the topic of discussion was the investigation into at least the Gupta family.
That is correct.
It was motivated by you in the terms that you've outlined. And do you recall Mr. Shaik's evidence? Was he correct in relation to his motivation?
It is correct, Chair. This was an ongoing matter that we were looking at. And the manner in which the minister approached us was also a little shocking in the manner that he expressed himself. And on top of that, him not having anything that he could put on the table and say, you people, for these reasons, I want you to stop this, other than, effectively, you are investigating the president.
And for
and that you in particular are pursuing your business interests.
That was, well, maybe that may have been another additional thing that he had to say.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
the meeting then involved Minister Twele raising the issue of the investigation into the Gupta family, your own and your colleagues' own motivation for the investigation, the matters raised in opposition to the investigation by Minister Twele. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct.
The two matters you refer to are the effective investigation into the conduct of the president, former president, and your alleged conflict of interest.
That's correct.
What was the outcome of the meeting? Did either side budge?
What happened is that we categorically stated to Minister Twele that we were not convinced that we should stop the investigation and that we would go on with the investigation.
Did he change his mind? Was he persuaded by your representations?
No, he was not.
And we know that subsequent to that there was a meeting with the former president.
That is correct, Chair.
Right, we'll come to that in a moment. But if we may go back to the timeline.
Before that, I think I asked this question earlier on, but I'm not sure that I got a clear answer. Are you able to say Minister Twele instructed you to stop the investigation, the three of you, or is the position that you are not able to say he instructed you to do so, to stop, but he simply made his position very clear that he thought the investigation should be stopped. He was against it, but you would stop at that and not say he gave an instruction?
I think in effect, had we yielded, in effect, he would have been telling us to stop. We did, but we did not yield. But yes, the effect of what he was saying is that stop the investigation.
So you say he might not have put it in so many words, but as far as you are concerned, that was the effect of what he was saying.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
In paragraph 17, you deal with a different set of facts. in the timeline that you've set out in your statement. You say you received a call from a long-time friend and comrade, and this was during 2010.
That's correct.
Who was that?
It was Mr. Achi Luhlabo.
Is that Luhlabo?
That is correct, Chair.
What did he say to you?
He asked that I was driving from the airport, Chair, just arriving on a Sunday afternoon from outside Johannesburg, and he asked that I urgently see him. He was in Saxonwold. In Senton. Yes. He was together with Miss Gugu Mchali. Gugu Mchali then, but now she's Gugu Mutlante, Mrs. Mutlante. And that we needed to consult urgently.
Where was this consultation to take place?
It took place at the former president's place, Mutlante, residence, private residence.
Around about when was this? What, 2010? Was it 2010?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, and you are unable to give an indication in terms of month, whereabouts?
I am unable to do that now.
But somewhere during 2010, maybe during the first half of 2010, second half?
Maybe first half.
Maybe first half, but you are not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay.
When you arrived there, who did you find?
I found Miss Gugu Mchali and Mr. Luhlabo.
Did you, therefore, after getting this call, did you drive straight away to where he wanted to meet you, Mr. Luhlalo?
Yes, Chair, I did. I drove from the airport to Senton.
Okay. Did you say you said Mr. Luhlalo was a long-time friend of yours?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Who else was there, if anybody?
It was just the three of us finally.
Right. What was the topic of the meeting that ensued?
When I arrived there, they were fuming.
They were?
They were very angry. They were fuming.
Uh-huh.
And
the two of them?
The two of them, yes.
Uh-huh.
They informed me that they had just been to a meeting, and I think after the meeting they phoned Advocate Notlin, who then said they must call me and talk to me.
Who was he at the time? Is he a DG?
He was DG at DME.
At the Department of Mineral Resources?
Yes, at DMR.
Okay, they had been to a certain meeting. After that meeting, they called Mr. Noklina?
Yes.
Okay, they were now telling you this?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
I called Mr. Noklina and checked with him as to what is this. And he said, please do whatever you can to calm the situation.
Well, maybe take us through the conversation. You come there, you find that there are two people, Mr. Luhlabo and Miss Mchali at the time.
All right.
You greet, obviously, I'm sure, or maybe you didn't greet if people were too angry, but anyway, you talk. Tell us the conversation leading to your calling Mr. Notlina. Put me in the picture as to what the issues were, why were they angry and all of that.
Chair, if I may, there are certain background facts
Yes.
that are necessary,
Yes.
Of which the witness has knowledge.
Yes.
But unless we put those background facts before you, nobody will understand what
Yes,
this conversation
I need to
was
hear,
about.
otherwise the story sounds very incomplete and incoherent. I read the statement and I was saying there's a lot that I'm not hearing, It's like it jumps from one to another, and I thought, well, maybe it's because of intelligence issues. But I do want to hear the story as it happens. If another witness will come and confirm what he has said, I think that should be fine.
The director will tell you the story, Chair, but
Yes.
the story cannot be understood without reference to some background facts. which
No.
I'd like to put through.
Those background facts, I'm fine, unless you say those background facts are matters that should not be told here because of intelligence.
They're commercial dealings,
Yeah.
which are form the background to what this conversation was all about.
Yes.
So it's necessary to know them. And
Yes, no, I want to know them. Yeah, I definitely want to know them.
okay,
Yes, Director, tell us.
well, if I may may I just lead the witness in respect to them? Otherwise, we're going to
Yes, no, that's
confuse
fine.
everybody.
You can
I
lead him, yeah.
assure you of that, Chair. ArcelorMittal,
Yeah.
the mining company,
That's correct.
had a 21% stake in the Sishen mine. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And its mining rights expired on the 30th of April 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When they expired, two other companies applied for the rights of ArcelorMittal.
That is correct.
The one was the Sishen Iron Ore Company, a subsidiary of Kumba,
Right.
and the other was Imperial Crown Trading,
That is correct.
ICT.
ICT.
The director or a director and shareholder in ICT was the very Ms. Gugu Mchali to whom you've just referred.
And actually Uhlabu, correct.
Yes. And Mr. Lefapha.
Uhlabu, yes.
I'm sorry. The two were directors in ICT. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying,
Oh,
Chair,
okay.
correct.
And ICT were obviously seeking to obtain the grant of mining rights that had expired in the hands of ArcelorMittal on the 30th of April 2009.
That is correct.
But in this venture, they were competing with Sishen Iron Ore.
That is correct, Chair.
Is it correct that in November 2009, ICT was awarded these mining rights?
So I was told.
Now we know, well, perhaps we don't know, but there was in fact a dispute about the legalities of the award of mining rights to ICT.
That is correct.
And there was litigation between Sishen on the one hand, Kumba,
Right, correct.
and ICT and the Department of Mineral Resources on the other hand.
That is correct.
That litigation took up some time in the courts.
That is correct, Chair.
Now we know that in March 2010, and please confirm if this is in accordance with your own knowledge, ICT sold a 50% stake to an entity related to the Guptas and to Duduzane Zuma.
That is correct, Chair.
What was that entity?
I do not think I have got the...
Can I remind you, was it DIC? Well, all this evidence can be given separately, Chair, its background.
Yes, but just so that we understand.
Yes. Was that JIC Mining Services?
I think so. That's correct, yes.
Yes, an entity in which the Guptas and Duduzane Zuma had an interest.
That is correct, yes.
And ICT, having acquired the rights that had expired in the hands of ArcelorMittal, now sold a 50% stake in ICT to an entity related to the Guptas and to Duduzane Zuma, correct?
Correct.
Subsequent to that, the litigation resulted in Sishen and Kumba effectively securing those mining rights, but we needn't go into that for the moment.
That is correct.
But your evidence now deals with the surrender by ICT of a 50% stake to the Guptas and Duduzane Zuma. Am I correct?
That is correct, Chair.
That was the dispute that was raised at that meeting in 2010.
That is correct.
You can take it from there.
Okay, let me understand the dispute. There is ICT, there is Kumba, stroke Station. I know there was ArcelorMittal as well. And then there is another company entity, DI, that you mentioned.
JIC,
JIC.
Mining Services.
Yes. So just tell me what you were told at this meeting then in connection with these issues that seem to have
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
to have been connected with the anger that you saw.
Yeah, so they are angry. They are very angry. And they say that they were called to Saxonwold by Ajay Gupta. And Ajay Gupta told them that he wants 90% of that of ICT.
Of ICT?
Yes.
Yeah.
They must give him 90% of ICT because he is the only person who has the financial muscle and the political backing to get that award granted.
I think it was a prospecting right.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Well, I happen to know because I
You
sat in the High
presided.
Court.
You presided, yes.
Yeah, yes.
So they wanted 90% of the company. That was the discussion they had earlier with Ajay at his residence.
Yes.
And they phoned Advocate No Cleaner. And Advocate No Cleaner, I think, was in London at the time because there was a trip by President Zuma, an official trip to the UK by President Zuma.
Yes.
And Mr. No Cleaner was in the company of the president on that trip. So they said, Mr. No Cleaner said that they must call me so that I can assist to talk about this thing. What
role were you to play?
When I had to ask him as to what is it that, because I don't work at DMR, I've got no clue of this, of what's going on here.
Okay, Mr. I'm trying to follow this quite properly because the facts can be quite complicated.
Okay.
So what made Ms. Mchali then and Mr. Luhlabo angry was that Mr. Ajay Gupta had demanded that they should give him or his entity 90% shares in ICT.
Correct, Chair.
Which means they would have had to share the remaining 10%. And they were unhappy about that. But more than that, he had said to them, according to what they told you, he had said he was the only one with the financial muscle necessary for this prospecting right. And he was the only one who had the right political backing. Am I putting it correctly?
That's correct, Chair.
And they had then called Mr. No Cleaner, who was Director General of the Department of Mineral Resources at the time.
Correct.
Who happened to be on an overseas trip with former President Zuma.
That is correct, one of the people on the trip.
He had suggested that they should talk to you to discuss the matter.
I am not sure what he said to them.
Yes.
But ultimately, he asked that they must call me. And
yes, yeah. Yes. Okay, but at the stage you had this, did you have an idea how you would come in? Why anybody would want you to be called to take part in that discussion?
I asked him. When I phoned, I said, "But what do you expect me to do?"
Yes.
And he said, "Come on, man. I think you are the guy who can assist here." Because at that time I was working for State Security Agency.
Yes.
He said, "I think these guys will listen when you move in, the Guptas." Because the problem was not with these people. The problem was the pressure. He said he was getting to get these people agree that they must surrender their shares to the Guptas.
So, as you understood the position from Mr. No Cleaner, he himself was getting pressure from the Gupta family. Is that what you are saying?
That is correct, Chair.
He himself was getting pressure.
He said he was getting pressure,
Yes.
and Chair, he was in London as well with the president at that time
Yes,
when these people were phoning.
yes. But
So I'm not sure. I didn't ask if the pressure was not from the
you
president.
didn't ask where the pressure was coming from.
No, I didn't.
But he
ask.
said he was under pressure.
Yes.
Yes, to attend to the issue of to the demand or request made by the Gupta family.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. I think continue then. You had this discussion with Mr. Nutlin, and how did it end?
I agreed I sat down with them and I asked them, so what is your position? They said, no, this is now Mchali and Luhlabu. They said, no, we're not going to do that. But I said, guys, Sandile is telling me that he is under pressure. What can we do? What can be done? Because I'm here now. So finally we agreed that we would go to Saxonwold.
Before you go to Saxonwold,
Okay.
let's just summarize. There is a factual background which may be put before you in due course, Chair. But the essential fact is that ICT had a prospective interest in mining rights.
In Sishen, correct.
Yes. And that was in Sishen.
Yeah.
Right. So they have this, let's call it for want of a better word, asset or prospective asset in their company.
Correct.
From what you say is the Guptas wanted 90% of that company now, of
That
ICT.
is correct.
And Ms. Mchali and Mr. Luhlabo were angered by this claim.
Correct, Chair.
And there was a dispute, therefore, between the Guptas on the one hand, who wanted a large slice of the ICT cake, and the owners of that cake, Ms. Mchali on the one hand and Luhlabo on the other.
Correct, Chair.
So there's a dispute, and you are asked to assist.
That is correct.
So what did you do pursuant to your, well, it wasn't a mandate, pursuant to the request made to you?
We then agreed that we would go to the Guptas. But the lady, Ms. Mchali, called Ajay on his cell to say that I am coming with Gibson Njenje. Sandile suggested that we come and talk to you. Sandile no cleaner.
So at this stage, did you see your role as mediating between the parties?
That is correct, Chair. That's how I saw my role.
Okay.
Just one thing, if I may, it's perhaps not too relevant given the facts that you've outlined, but in your statement you say that when you got to the house of former President Motlanthe in Sandton, Mr. Nortino was there.
No.
He wasn't.
No, he was not.
So
He
we
was.
have to
He
correct
was.
your statement insofar as it says.
That's incorrect. He was in London when.
Okay, and
when,
he telephoned.
Yes.
All right. All right, now we're off to Saxonwold, as I understand it.
Correct. Oh, before.
Take up the story from there, please.
Before going to Saxonwold, Ms. Mchali called Ajay Gupta and told him that they were coming with me to discuss the issue.
Before you go there, let's go back to Mr. Nutlina's suggestion that you should be involved. Do you know why Mr. Nutlina would have picked you out of all people to say you should be involved and mediate, if mediate is the right word?
We are friends, Chair.
Yes.
We're close friends.
Yes.
And I don't know what made him to think of me when he was in that position.
Yes.
But of course, as I say, he knew that I am working for state security at the time.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe for whatever reason he might have thought that that background might assist.
I think so, Chair.
Yes.
I think that was this rationale.
Okay, so maybe he just knew that you have some skills in mediation. Do you have any experience of mediation?
I can make people talk I can make people get together and talk. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Shaik was polite, you are modest.
Okay, all right. Yes. So as you understood the position when Ms. Mtshali and Mr. Luhlabo explained to you at the meeting, why did Mr. Ajay Gupta make this demand to them? And why did he make a demand for such a high percentage of their company? Or did that not transpire in the discussion, even before you met Mr. Ajay Gupta? Because obviously, to go and mediate, you need to understand the actual dispute and the basis for the dispute, or the grounds for the various positions of the parties.
Chair, I thought it was a very unfair situation in the first place. And I mean, after they explained to me that this is how far we're coming with this situation, their project, this is how far we're coming with this. They were nowhere. We didn't have anything to do with them. We have nothing to do with them even now. But when they come, they establish from wherever that they are the holders of this 21%. And they were just kind of bullying, I think.
As you understood the position, now that you mentioned 21%, I think I seem to recall that whole litigation was about 21%.
That's correct.
Of the prospecting right. At that time of your being involved in the discussions, ICT had already been granted the prospecting right.
That is correct.
Oh, so they had been doing a lot of work, and then after they got this, then Mr. Ajay Gupta was saying, I want 90% of that.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
As we know from the litigation and the outcome of the litigation, ICT lost those prospecting rights. But that was later.
That was later, yes.
At the time the approach was made by Mr. Gupta, those rights were held by ICT, subject to the claim that was made against it.
That is correct.
And as you understood the position at the time of that meeting, were Ms. Mtshali and Mr. Luhlabo the only directors in ICT?
They said they were not the only directors.
They said they were not
They
the only
were the
ones.
directors who were in town. I think the other director was in the Northern Cape.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
So did you then take up your mission as mediator? Or
I did, Chair.
And what did you do?
Ms. Mtshali told me that he called him on the phone, and he said, no, it's fine. They can bring me along. So we went, and they opened the doors and greeted, and we sat there. He was like kind of sizing me up. We're chatting and making jokes. He was making jokes.
Sizing you up like what?
Like looking me up and
The
down.
way he was looking at you.
Yes, I felt like that.
Okay.
So
it was now the three of you plus him.
Plus him, correct, Chair.
Okay.
So I introduced myself. I told him that I'm Gibson Jenje. And
Were you meeting him for the first time?
it was the very first time, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. And he said, no, I know your name. I know where you're working. I say, yeah, okay. And then we started the discussion. I wanted to know, but these guys are complaining that you're taking their company. He said, no, I'm not taking the company. We are going to help them. Otherwise, as they are, they will walk away with nothing. So 10% is better than nothing. And that they are not greedy. The point is, there are just too many on their side who are going to share from that 90%.
Just repeat that.
I say, Chair, he explained to me that the reason why they wanted 90% is not because they are greedy. He is not greedy. He has got many people that he has got to look after in that 90%.
Is that what he said?
That is what he said, Chair.
Before you go on, when he said to you, that this is Mr. Gupta, when he said to you, I know who you are and I know where you work, what did you gather from that? Why did he say that, do you think?
I think I couldn't make out why he was saying so at the time. But at a subsequent, I think, meeting, he then told me why he knows about me.
In any event, what was the outcome of that meeting?
Well, maybe before the outcome, I do want to hear the content of the discussion before up to the outcome.
Well, Chair, the other two the other party, the two Ms. Mchali and Luhlabo, they were very adamant that no, this is not going to happen. You can't. I mean, they were raising even political issues that you guys, you're just foreigners here, and you just want to bully us like this. It's not going to happen in this. So I had to calm them down and say, guys, remember, I was talking to the DG, and I don't know what the DG knows. Let's just see what it is that we can come out with here.
But was the position simply that Mr. Ajay Gupta was simply demanding something from them for which he had no basis, really?
Chair, as I said...
Was that the position?
That is the position, Chair. That was the position.
The only basis that he said he has got the financial muscle and he has got political backing.
That is correct, Chair. And as I'm saying, I knew at that time that Sandile is in London and he is with the president.
Yes.
So I wasn't sure whether the pressure is not from that side.
Yes, yes. So you have the situation here where somebody just decides to say, I know your company has got some prospecting rights or mining rights. I want 90% of it. And that's what I want. And there is no basis. It's not like I made any contribution or anything.
I think the other thing, Chair, he was adding to his argument was that he is in touch with ArcelorMittal, I think the chairman of ArcelorMittal, somebody, and they were going to work out some mechanism, some structure that would not make ArcelorMittal to compete again, to go to court and litigate. That would be handled by him and his team. I think that was an additional issue that he was putting in as what they are offering in the matter.
Yes, continue with the discussion. Anything else important in the discussion that was said?
So the discussion went on, and to say no. I think the two fellows were also now starting to concede that, this is going to be difficult. Then I said, guys, what are you offering? I asked them, what are you offering to this person? And they said, no, if anything, they must buy. I said, yeah, you're right. They must buy their share. And the rest can follow whatever it is that they say they can do. But if they want to participate, they must buy. So Ajay said, no, we're not going to do that.
I mean, is the position that Mr. Ajay Gupta was demanding to be given this 90% for free?
No, he said it was not for free, Chair. He said what the input that they were going to make was more than that 90%.
But he was not going to pay any cash.
He was not going to put in money now.
So he said he would make an input into how the company would run the business and so on, and negotiations with ArcelorMittal or whatever.
He would
He was not going to buy these shares.
No, he was not going to buy these shares, but he was going to make all manner of problems go away because of his influence and because he's got the money, and yes.
Yeah.
So as I understand it, Mr. Gupta in effect demanded 90% of ICT.
That's correct, Chair.
He said that although he would not pay for the shares, he would, through his own influence and financial backing, assist ICT to overcome its problems, and amongst other things, the litigation that was current.
That is correct.
Was the litigation pending at that time, as you understood the position, or was it not there yet, or was it still coming? What was your understanding as at that time?
I don't think the litigation was pending at the time, sorry.
Yes.
I'm not sure now.
Okay.
Well, that can be established.
Yes.
But we know that at the time, ICT enjoyed the 21.4% share, or in the prospecting rights. That claim was challenged.
Can you repeat, please?
At the time, those prospecting rights were held to the extent of 21% by ICT. That claim or interest was under challenge.
Yes.
Right.
Now, did Ms. Mchali and Mr. Luhlabo ask Mr. Gupta on what basis he thought he could just get 90% from them? Or maybe that's something they may have asked in the previous meeting, but didn't ask when you were there.
Chair, they did. And they were not just asking, they were also shouting at him.
They were shouting at him?
Yes.
Yes.
What right do you have? You are just a foreigner, you're coming here, you are coming to grab, and you know. Yes, that was the type of language that was employed at the time.
But you say at a certain stage of the meeting, they began to warm up to conceding something.
They did, Chair.
Maybe warm up is the wrong word, but they seem to be prepared to make some concession.
They did make concessions, Chair.
Ultimately, what concession did they make?
The final concession was a 50-50.
50-50.
Correct, Chair.
And was he still not going to pay anything for the 50%?
No.
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 Must be quite tough to work for your company, work hard, and then have to just give 50% away. On your understanding, what is it that was making them decide that it was fine, maybe fine is the wrong word, that they should nevertheless give him this 50%? Sure.
I'll have to move then forward into my statement to answer the question.
Oh, okay. Well, if you are able to answer it now,
Later
yes.
on you can. I met Ajay Gupta subsequent to this meeting.
Yes.
I met him at my request. I said I wanted to see him or to
Yes.
talk to him.
Yes.
And when we sat, he told me that, he agreed that I should come to that mediating meeting, to that meeting that I mediated in.
Mhm.
He agreed that I should be the one to come in because after Gugu called him when we were still at Gugu Mchali's house, he checked with the president whether or not I'm the right person. And the president said to him, "That's a good old friend. He'll sort things out. Don't worry."
So effectively, he checked with the president whether you would be the right person to mediate, so to speak, in this dispute.
Correct, Chair.
Yes. But from the point of view of Ms. Mchale and Mr. Luhlabo, I'm sorry. Luhlabo.
Yes.
As at that meeting, what was your understanding of what they thought
I think,
they
Chair,
would lose if they didn't agree to give this man 50% share for free?
Chair, I think at that time, people knew that these were friends of the president.
These were friends of the president.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. So your understanding would be that they must have thought about what appeared to be closeness to the president that he had,
That is correct, Chair.
and that the way he was insisting they might end up getting nothing, maybe they should concede something. Would that be the kind of thinking that you had? I'm just
Even the
looking at
mere
what you thought.
Even the mere mention, Chair, of that they have got more people.
Yes.
It was suggestive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Pretorius.
During the meeting at Saxonwold where the demand of Mr. Gupta for an interest in ICT was discussed and dealt with, as you have told the chair, it was dealt with, did the name of the former president come up?
Not at the meeting, not when I was there with Archie and Gugu.
So in that respect, if you look at the last sentence of paragraph 19, your statement would need to be corrected. Am I correct?
I think that is correct.
The statement in...
Yes, the statement is reflecting here.
Right. Can you recall now the context in which the name of the president was mentioned?
Yes, I can.
Tell the chair, please.
Chair, as I said, he mentioned that they have got the money to do the deal because the deal is going to be very expensive for anyone who comes into for that 21%, to finance that 21%. Secondly, that they were talking to Kumba, and Kumba knew that they have got this interest. ArcelorMittal, they were in control of, because Arcelor had lost their right. And then that, with the support of the president, they were going to get the deal.
He said this, Mr. Ajay Gupta said this at the meeting which you attended together with Ms. Mchali and Mr. Luhlabo.
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
You referred a moment ago, Director, to a further meeting with Mr. Ajay Gupta.
Yes.
Was that in 2010?
That's still in 2010, correct.
At whose instance was this meeting arranged?
At my instance.
Why did you do so?
Chair, the issue of the family, as we have testified, was getting the better of us. and a
Us being?
state security agency,
Yes, okay.
and myself as the head of counterintelligence in the country.
This meeting now, which you requested, this would have been round about when? I just want to have a sense of time and year.
Maybe a few weeks after.
Oh, it was still 2010?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
A few weeks after the initial meeting.
Yes, but just to round off that meeting, so an agreement was reached in that meeting in terms of which Ms. Mchali and Mr. Luhlabo agreed to give IJ Gupta or whatever entity he might have used 50% shares of ICT.
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Do you remember what entity was going to be used, or that was left for later to be sorted out?
No,
That will come later.
he has reminded me, it was called JIC, I think.
Oh, JYC or JIC?
JIC.
JIC, okay, all right. That was the one to be used by Ajay Gupta.
Gupta. Correct, Chair.
Okay. And the meeting ended on that basis, and that was it for that time.
Yes, they were still very angry. And I said,
They were still
guys,
very angry.
Yes.
Yeah. And I assume, did you report back to Mr. Nklina?
I did.
Yes.
I told him, I said, hey, you put me on the spot here, and but this is what came out finally.
Yes. Yes. I guess you eased the pressure on him.
Excuse me?
I guess you eased the pressure on him.
Well, he thanked me. He did.
Yes. Okay, all right. So let's go back to this meeting that you requested with Mr. Ajay Gupta a few weeks later.
Yes.
Did you meet?
Correct, we did meet.
Where?
We met at Saxonwold.
At the Gupta residence?
At the Gupta residence, yes.
Yes, okay.
And your purpose in requesting the meeting?
Chair, as I said, I was worried as well about the influence of these people on the president of the country, and that was the sole purpose of the meeting. It was to address. I addressed to him our concerns as state security agency. Basically, when he said to me, he helped me as well. When he said to me that he agreed to meet at the initial meeting because the president said, I'm a good old friend. I said, now, you see, you hear the president say, I'm a good old friend. And indeed, I am a good old friend. What is your role in this? Because you guys are putting the president and the governing party in problems. Every day there's bad publicity. There is Tutuzane Zuma mentioned all day long. Why are you not protecting? If you say he's your friend, why are you not protecting your friend? He said, Mr. Gibson, you are right. I have got no issue. I don't go about talking about the president. He is a family friend. He is my friend. I will have to talk to my brother because he's the one who goes about harassing people and this and that. But I will do that. I am so happy that you came and spoke to us.
Do you know which brother he was referring to?
I assumed, Chair, that it was because I've never met him, but I've heard that he is a rough character, who can use colorful language with people.
Who is that?
This is Atul.
Atul. Was anything further discussed? I'm sure lots was discussed, but on the theme that you're talking about, was anything further discussed?
Chair, we did not discuss for a long time. I wanted to convey a message and to say that we are worried as state security agency. And he agreed. He readily agreed. He said, no, I understand what you mean.
So you were meeting him in an official capacity as part of what you believed was your job to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
Chair. Insofar as I was concerned, I was doing that, and I reported back to my colleagues at the top three that I had made the meeting and I made the points to Mr. Ajay Gupta.
Yes. And what you got from him was that he said he agreed you were right. They should protect the president.
He said so, Chair. He
That's what
agreed.
he said, yeah.
He agreed that
Yes.
it's not good for the president to be receiving bad publicity and all of this.
Okay.
Did he at any stage attempt to justify or explain his family's relationship with the president, the former president?
Similar to what the president says, he says, we have met, my brother has met, the brother who came in first, met Mandela and met Mbeki, and so they are also meeting Zuma. They met Zuma even when he was in trouble. We did not have any position in government. They still continue to meet. They still continue to look after Duduzane. That was the angle that he was taking.
Did Minister Kwele's name crop up in the conversation?
It did, indeed.
Please tell the chair about that.
Chair, Ajay Gupta then turned and looked at me and said, can you tell me, what is the interest of Mr. Kwele or Dr. Kwele in the family, in his family?
In the Gupta family?
Correct.
Oh, but he was asking you.
He was asking me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I've got no idea. What do you mean he's got an interest in your family? He then related a story to say that there had been an ANC fundraiser in Durban, which was held at the Hilton Hotel. I could vaguely remember that. And I said, oh, okay. He said at that fundraising dinner, his family bought a table, and ministers were deployed. Different ministers were deployed at different tables, and another minister was deployed at their table. But Kwele came to remove that minister and ask him to go and sit where he was supposed to sit, and him joining the Gupta family. I said to him, no, I don't know. And frankly, I didn't know what it is, what the minister was interested in.
You then, in paragraph 21, refer to a meeting between what you refer to as the top three. I take it that's yourself, Mr. Shaik, and Ambassador Makatuka.
That is how we're called at the farm.
What was the purpose of this meeting?
The purpose of the meeting was to raise our concerns about Minister Kwele with President Zuma.
Was this the meeting to which Mr. Shaik referred as having occurred immediately after the meeting with Minister Kwele, where he raised his views on the investigation into the Gupta family?
That is correct.
Same meeting.
That is correct.
What do you recollect of that meeting then?
I can remember that President Zuma addressed us on the issue of the relationship between himself and the Gupta family. It was a long narration that he gave of the relationship. But the main characteristics being the same as what Gupta was saying, that they are coming from a good family in India, brought up by a good father, how they took Duduzane and Duduzile into their company, and how they helped them through, and especially at the time that President Zuma, at the time Deputy President, was removed. And how the children were growing out without a mother and all of those issues. Basically, he was explaining that it was a clean relationship that he was having.
Including how good the Gupta family had been to
his children.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, Chair.
As I understood the evidence of Mr. Shaik, one of the purposes of this meeting was to raise with the President issues around the investigation into the Gupta family. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Shaik gave lengthy evidence in that regard. Did you at the meeting raise your concerns as the top three in relation to whether or not the investigation into the Gupta family should continue?
I think we started by making our presentation to the President to say that we are coming to raise our concerns as well about that issue.
And what was besides speaking about his relationship with the Gupta family, explaining it and it seems justifying it, what was the President's response to the investigation in particular?
I don't think he reacted to the issue of the investigation.
What was your conclusion in relation to whether or not you should continue the investigation after that meeting?
I think he was telling us that these are good people and therefore that maybe we should just leave them.
Was that your conclusion?
That was my conclusion, yes.
And in relation to your relationship, and I'm talking about the top three now, relationship with Minister Twele, what was the conclusion there as far as the former President was concerned?
I think I had more than one meeting on the issue of the relationship with Dr. Twele, with the President. And I can recall this one meeting where I thought he was not happy with us raising this thing. And
sorry, you thought he was?
He was not happy with us raising the matter.
That is the President?
The President, yes.
Okay.
And that is why I suspect that it may have not been the first time we were raising the matter with him. Because at the end of that meeting, the President said, "You are all senior people. Why can't you just sit down and resolve issues?"
Let's move on then, back into the timeline.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius. You did say when we were talking about your meeting with Minister Twele that the investigation into the Guptas, or the Shiva uranium, into the Guptas, included the question of their influence on the President, their influence. Was Minister Twele aware that that was part of what you wanted to investigate, what the investigation sought to do?
Yes, he was.
He was?
He was, Chair.
What about the President when you met him? Was he aware of that part as well, or not really?
We made him aware, Chair.
You made him aware?
We did make him aware that these are our concerns.
Part of the investigation is to look at the influence of the family on him.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. And his attitude was there's nothing wrong with the family. They are good people.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
And as I understand, finally, your conclusion at least, the other two of the top three can testify to their conclusion, but your conclusion was that you should desist with the investigation.
That is correct, and I must mention that that really had a negative effect on my morale, especially, and interest in the work.
You were quite clear that in terms of the national security, there was a risk, and an investigation was necessary in order to deal with that risk, that potential risk. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
And it was not the first time that we would go, or in my experience, that I would go to a president and say, President, there are these things that intelligence is observing on these issues.
Yes.
And President would say, bring me a report, go investigate and bring me a report.
Yes.
That would be the normal thing, the normal interaction between intelligence and the president.
He would ask for a report.
He would say, please go and do your work and bring me a report on your investigations.
Yes. And on other occasions, he would read the report and say, it's fine.
On many occasions, the president would say, thank you.
Yes, yeah, okay. But on this occasion,
the president had a long explanation to give to us.
Yes, yes.
And clearly, he was not interested in us in continuing with the investigation.
Yes. I asked you earlier on when we were dealing with the meeting between yourselves and the minister, whether the minister was addressing himself to the pertinent reasons which you gave for saying the investigation should continue. When it comes to the president, did he address himself to the pertinent reasons you advanced for saying the investigation should continue, or did he also not address those?
Other than acknowledging that I know that this is your job, but this is the real story.
Yes.
He acknowledged, but he didn't say, guys, please go ahead and continue with the investigation.
And he didn't say anything like you are wrong on your assessment of the security aspects that influence your decision. It was simply, there's nothing wrong with this family.
It was simply that, Chair, that there's nothing wrong with the family. They are good people.
Yes.
He didn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The fact of the matter is, however, as I understand your evidence, that you did desist from the investigation.
Yes, we did, Chair.
If we may go back to
Before that, you were explaining earlier on, and I don't know whether I interrupted you, what the effect was of this reality that you were facing, that the investigation had to stop on your morale and everything and whatever else. Had you finished addressing that, or was there something else?
Yeah, no, I didn't
How
finish,
did
Chair.
you view this situation, this development?
Chair, it was draining on us. We had a difficult situation of having to run a new organization, try and run it to a better thing than it was, that what we inherited. Try and get people to do the right things and all of that. But then, especially as a result of the relationship with the minister, I think you'd feel like dragging your feet when you're going to work. And I think the last straw was when the president was also not siding, or at least addressing issues with us and say, guys, these are the things and this is how we're going to deal with them. He says, You are senior people, all of you. Why can't you just go sit down and resolve? So that really had a negative impact on us, and especially myself.
What did you understand to have been your options faced with this situation, if there were any options for you to deal with this situation? Was there an option of pursuing the investigation despite what the president said? Was that not an option? Or what was the position?
The position, Chair, was that we were being blocked from doing our work, and indeed one being not sure whether to come back to work or not. I was one of the guys that, and I was thinking that I was reading the situation well. I think I was reading the minister well, that, you know, when a minister starts behaving in this way, I suspect that our welcome may just be over here. And we kept trying to get through to the president. And I was like, I don't think the president wants to see us, guys. And finally, the president really didn't want to see us.
Well, the last sentence you say as if something happened that makes you feel sure that he didn't want to see you.
No, we're not getting appointments, Chair.
Oh, you asked for appointments and
we're
you
not getting appointments.
Them. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you.
In his position as the executive officer accountable for intelligence, would you expect to have general access to the former president?
That is correct, Chair.
And if he doesn't meet with you, what does that mean for the working relationship?
I think in general, in intelligence, when that happens, it means the relationship is not good or it is not there.
Were there proper grounds for the president to say don't continue with the investigation as far as you were concerned?
There were no proper grounds, Chair, insofar as we're concerned.
Yes. You have had time to reflect on the events of that day, and you may have the benefit of hindsight. Are you able to say what your analysis suggests was why the president said continuing the investigation was a bad idea, was not a good idea?
Chair, I have had a lot of time to ponder and worry about these issues, and especially about the president. I have even tried, even when I was out, tried to make contact so we can meet and I get a better understanding as to what is going on. I mean, even when I was out, and he knew that I was out of the system, he's never granted me that opportunity to go and sit and talk to him. Other than that, there were better influencers than us. I cannot make any further call.
If you had been allowed to continue with the investigation, including the investigation on the influence that the Gupta family had on him, and assume that the investigation had revealed that the Gupta family had a very strong but bad influence on him, what are the kinds of recommendations or steps that could possibly have been recommended by yourself or taken by yourselves which might have dealt with that situation?
Chair, we did look at those issues and said, but what else can we do? If the president doesn't listen to us, where else can we go? I can tell you that we've been to your standing committee on intelligence, joint standing committee on intelligence, made presentations and said these are the issues. Beyond that, and of course we knew of the limitations that they also had because they are backbenchers in the main. But yeah, we could not think of anything else. But as Ambassador Shaik was saying, maybe which we did not want to do is to whistleblow, and we didn't want to do that.
So you have been to the Standing Committee on Intelligence and brought issues that were of concern to you before them that related to the Guptas and their influence on the president. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. But other than that, you are not sure what you might have done if you had continued with the investigation and found that the Gupta family had a very strong but bad influence on the president. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying so, Chair.
Yes, but I guess you would have prepared a report that would probably have been given to the president himself and maybe the Standing Committee on Intelligence as well.
I don't think it would have been able to continue.
Sorry?
I do not think that would have been able to continue with the investigation, Chair, because all the work that we do, we're regulated that all our operations must be reportable operations. And if the president, as indicated, discouraged us from continuing with the investigation, we did not have any ground to stand on.
Well, let's assume the president had allowed you to proceed to continue with the investigation. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if he had said no, that's fine, continue investigate.
Okay.
And the investigation had revealed that the Gupta family had a very strong influence on him, but that influence was bad for him and for the country and maybe for the ruling party. What would you have done with that outcome?
Would have presented it to the president.
Yes. And to the Standing Committee maybe as well, or on Intelligence Parliamentary Committee or not?
I think it would depend.
It would have depended.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But the president would be our ultimate client.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Chair, I see it's 4 o'clock. I have an important meeting at 4:30. I could perhaps go to 4:15. I could attempt to postpone the meeting to 5 o'clock because we're almost finished, but I do have some way to go.
I'm quite happy that we try and finish from my side. If you can postpone the meeting, then Director Njenje, would that be fine with you if we continue and try and finish?
That's fine. That's fine, Chair.
Yes. Okay.
One of the matters that is of interest, perhaps more than interest, to the Commission Director is the question of parliamentary oversight over various bodies in our body politic. What role does the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence play in respect of the operations of intelligence? You say you took the matter to the Joint Standing Committee? What was its role? What is its role?
Yeah, maybe the caucus in the GSCI are the people we went to see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The caucus is?
The ruling party's caucus.
The ruling party's caucus in
Yes.
Parliament,
That's correct.
not the
Multi-party.
multi-party.
Not the joint. Not the joint.
I understand, and that's the body to which you referred this matter.
That is the body that we referred the matter to for them to try and exert their own pressure.
But no change resulted.
Nothing happened.
Let me try and understand that. I thought I thought you said you took your issues of concern to the Standing Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence. Did I misunderstand that?
Chair, I misrepresented the fact.
Okay.
The fact is we took it to the chairperson who is a member of the ruling party, who is the chair of the Joint Standing Committee.
Oh, you took it to him.
To the chair specifically, yes.
But what was the idea? Was the idea that you were approaching him as chairperson of that committee, the standing committee, so that he could then see whether to place the issues before the standing committee, or were you approaching him on the basis of his other capacity, maybe within the ruling party?
As chair of the standing committee, we're approaching him to say...
You were approaching him as chairperson of the standing committee?
Yes, to say that we've got these issues.
Yes, yes.
And of course,
Yes.
if we could take them, and I think our interest was more for him to represent us, to minister and the president.
Yes. Oh, at that level, what you had in mind is not necessarily that you would take it to the committee,
No.
but that you could talk to the minister, Minister Kwele, and talk to the president.
Correct.
And
That's
who
correct.
was? Yes.
It was Dr. Burgess.
Badges.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But maybe let's finalize. You put these issues to him. Did he promise anything, to do anything about them, or did he tell you there's nothing I can do, or what? What happened?
No, he took the matters and said he was going to, he would see how to handle them.
Yes.
That's correct.
But did he come back to you to tell you how far he had been able to go with the issues?
I don't think so, Chair.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
Director, let's move on then to paragraph 22 of your statement and go back to the issue of the principal agency network investigation, principal agents network investigation. You said that investigation involved Mr. Arthur Fraser. You spoke about certain suspensions, but that investigation, I understand, was ongoing.
That is correct, Chair.
And by 2011, what progress had been made?
Significant progress had been made. I think we covered almost everything that needed to be done.
And as a result of that stage being reached, did you approach law enforcement agencies?
That is correct.
What did you do?
We approached the SIU and the NPA, and we sat and had a consultation over the information, the dossier that we had prepared. And they were happy to receive it, and we agreed that we were then handing over the investigation, and they were going to prepare for prosecution.
Was the documentation pertaining to your investigation then handed over or not?
It was handed over, correct.
To whom?
It was handed over to the SIU.
And what was the state of play as far as you were concerned in regard to whether a prosecution could proceed or not?
It was clear, Chair, that prosecution was now possible.
Was going to proceed.
They were going to proceed. They were just going to fill up some gaps, and then they were going to proceed.
Okay.
Did you then receive a call at around this time from Minister Twele?
Maybe before that, that was the PEN program investigation, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. Are you able to say what types of crimes the investigation had revealed may have been committed? Or are you not able to say?
There were various
Fraud?
fraud included.
Yeah. Corruption?
And corruption.
Yes, those were some of the crimes
That is correct.
were unearthed by the investigation.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And if you could give the Chair some idea of the gravity of the offences that had been alleged?
There were houses that were bought, properties, and bought with ulterior motives, and other properties ending up with individuals. There were people who were employed who should, without any security clearances. Hundreds of cars that were bought and parked, about 300 cars. Computers, laptops, and that were just bought and stacked away.
And maybe I missed this earlier on. On your understanding, what was this PEN program about? What was its objective? What was sought to be achieved through it?
As I was trying to understand, Chair, this structure was supposed to be an extension of the official structures
Of intelligence.
of intelligence,
Yeah.
especially National Intelligence Agency, the domestic branch.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And the cars that you say had been bought would have been parked somewhere, or were just given to people?
They were parked in warehouses, Chair.
They were in warehouses?
Different warehouses
Yes,
around Gauteng.
yes. And this was, the funds used were from the official intelligence structures.
That is correct, Chair. They were funds that were taken from operating structures,
Yes,
and therefore starving those operating structures with
Yes,
funds and,
yes.
and spending out there for this.
yes.
Yes.
I understand that there were in excess of 700 cars that were so bought. Is that correct?
300.
300.
Yes, from the PEN program.
At the time of the conclusion of that investigation, was your understanding that there were a lot of people who were using some of those cars?
Not a lot, Chair.
Yeah.
But there were some people who were using some of the cars and properties.
And properties.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier on, I think, the figure of 300 cars. Mr. Pretorius mentioned 700 cars. What kind of numbers do you recall?
300, Chair.
300?
Yes.
And in terms of houses, are you able to recall any number or properties?
I cannot recall offhand, Chair, but it was quite a number of properties.
A substantial number?
A substantial number, yes.
Yeah, around Gauteng or all over the country?
Around Gauteng, especially.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and these would have been registered under the name of what? Under whose name?
Some people's names.
Or
Some people were used. Some people were used. Others are
People
children.
as opposed to legal entities. So it would be individuals, or not the official structure, and not pen, whatever.
Not the official structure, Chair. It was what it was called the Covert Support Unit,
Yes.
which was used. In some cases they were used. In some cases, private individuals were used.
Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you. So a lot of money had gone into the buying of those cars and houses. Are you able to give an estimate of how much money, taxpayers' money, had been used on this program by the time you handed over the files to the NPA to prosecute?
We're estimating at about 600 million rand.
About 600 million rand.
Yes,
that was
correct.
the estimate.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
There will be further evidence on the detail, Chair, but the point
Yes.
is that this evidence is what is to come now.
Yes, okay.
Did you get a call from Minister Twele at around this time, at the time of the conclusion of the investigation?
That is correct.
Tell the Chair about that, please.
I received a call that from Dr. Twele that I need to meet with him at Oliver Tambo International Airport.
Was this after you had handed over the files to the NPA for prosecution, or before?
Correct, Chair.
After?
After.
Okay, all right.
And I went up to Oliver Tambo and met the minister at the government lounges there. And he told me that we needed to stop the investigation, the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Fraser and others of the PEN program. I wanted to know why. He said, no, it's like we need to stop it and this and that. But I said, Minister, and I was shocked. I said, but after we started this thing in 2009, now it's in 2011, and you're saying, and we've spent so much of our time, our energy, and of course, government money. Yeah, no, we cannot continue with the project.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. And I said, but you need to tell me why we cannot. He said, no, it's the president's decision. President's decision
You said it was the president's decision.
It's the president's decision.
That it should not be continued
that
with.
we stop. Correct, Chair. I said, but why? He said the president thinks that this is going to compromise national security if we go ahead and prosecute. This is going to compromise national security. I said, no, Minister, we're dealing with criminality here, not national security.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Yes, continue. He said the president had said that pursuing the investigation would compromise national security.
That is correct.
Yes, and what did you say in response?
I said, no, but these we are dealing with straight criminality. There's no national security issue here. He was adamant that it's the president's decision. I should just see to it that SIU and everyone else do not proceed with their actions.
So, but you say by the time he spoke to you, you had handed over the files to the NPA?
That's correct.
Yes. And did you tell him it was out of your hands by then, or
No, he knew.
anything to that effect?
He knew, Chairman.
He knew that you had handed this over?
That's correct. We're briefing him about all the steps
Yes,
up to the
yes.
point when we handed over. He said, the thing is now out of our hands.
After all, he was the one who had asked you to investigate this program, isn't it?
That's true. That's true, Chair.
And therefore, well, quite apart from the fact that he had asked you to investigate it, you kept him informed throughout the investigation,
That's
how far the investigation was going.
That is correct.
And you told him you were about to hand over to the NPA, and then you handed over. And
Correct.
Then he came and said, stop.
That's correct, Chair.
So did you think that the decision that it must, did you think that what he told you, namely that the president had made the decision that this investigation mustn't continue, must have been right, because all along he wanted the investigation to happen himself?
That's correct.
That's what you thought. That is what you thought, that he must have been right, that it was somebody else who made the decision, not him, because all along he wanted you to investigate.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Did you then report back to your investigators who had been involved in this investigation?
Yes, I did. I went back to the team. I called them in, and I told them that, fellows, we have an instruction to seize this and call this thing off. We've got to go and inform whoever our partners are, that SIU and NPA, that we have an instruction.
Was this an easy task?
Certainly not. It was not an easy task. Chair, people had worked for months, long hours, painstakingly, and at times there was even risk to their lives when they were busy performing.
In paragraph 24 of your statement, Director, you talk of an intelligence operation involving relations between Pretoria and Kigali and the Caribbeans. It's not necessary to go into the details there, but at a stage were you summoned to Cape Town to report on this matter, or matters related to this?
Let me just finish on the other one, Mr. Pretorius, before we move on to that one. So, but didn't you tell Minister Kwele in regard to the PEN program investigation that, well, Minister, maybe if you had told me before we handed the files over to the NPA, I would stop the investigation. But it is with the NPA now. The files are with the NPA, the dockets. Only the NPA can decide whether to prosecute or not to prosecute. We are done with the investigation. We have handed over everything. There's nothing we can do. Didn't you tell him that?
Maybe I did not use the same words, Chair, but I said that there's so much has gone into this here, and we have submitted. It's now with the NPA. He said, well, it's the president's instruction, it's not my instruction. It's the president who says that this is going to cause problems for national security if this goes on.
But what I'm looking at is whether your answer shouldn't have been, I have no power to tell the NPA not to prosecute if they believe that the material we have handed over to them is enough for them to prosecute.
I'm not sure what he was going to say, Chair. If he was not going to say, you gave those people the documents, go get them.
No, but I'm just thinking, you are not going to agree to do something you have got no power to do, isn't it?
That's correct.
So all you would be telling him is the reality or the fact that you have power on the investigation while the investigation is not complete.
Correct.
Once we have handed over the files, it's up to the NPA to decide. Or am I mistaken on your power?
Well, Chair, as I say, I had these advocates as well advising me, that the investigators, when I told them that this is the situation and that the president has decided that we call this thing off, everyone was gobsmacked. But they went out and got the documentation back from the NPA, and they brought it back.
And the NPA then did not prosecute?
No prosecution.
Yes.
No.
And they too were told that it's because the president has decided that there should be no further investigation or prosecution in this matter?
I told my team. I'm not sure what they said when they went to interact.
That's what you told your team?
I told them.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were not the one who would interact with the NPA. It
No.
was somebody within your team.
It was somebody in the team.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. But your understanding would be that he probably would have relayed what you relate to him and others.
And that's correct.
Yes. Okay. Well, maybe I should just say it would be good if we were to get the case numbers and whatever relating to this
We will deal with
particular matter. Yeah.
You did say that the documentation was handed to the SIU.
Correct? I did say, Chair.
And you said, to whom was the documentation handed?
To the SIU.
To the SIU.
Correct.
And the NPA or only the SIU?
The SIU.
SIU
The SIU was going
being
to.
part of.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because, Chair, at that time they were looking at seizures.
Right.
Okay.
It's not necessary to go into the detail of your investigations into the relationship with Kigali, between Pretoria and Kigali and the Caribbean, those issues. But as I understand it, you were summoned to Cape Town by the Minister to report on related matters in a meeting with the President.
That's correct.
Did that meeting ever happen?
It never happened.
What did you conclude from the fact that you were summoned to report on a matter, but the meeting never happened?
I thought, I just need to refresh my memory.
It's in paragraph 24,
24.
middle of the page.
Yes. When the meeting with the president was not materializing, I said to Minister that maybe I should return to Pretoria, because I'd stayed there for about 2 days, and I was the DG for domestic branch. I've got work to do. He then told me in a meeting, we're sitting there.
Oh, your mic?
Sorry. He told me that he had recommended to the president that he appoints me as ambassador for South Africa in Rwanda. I responded to the minister. I said to the minister that but I never came here to become to be told that I should be an ambassador. I came here because I was asked to come in here, and now you're telling me that you have recommended. I cannot understand that. And then I left. I returned to Pretoria after that short meeting.
Were you then called to the office of the minister a few days later?
That is correct.
And what happened at that meeting?
At the meeting, the minister asked if I had considered his the recommendation that he was going to make to the president. By that time, I had already prepared my resignation letter when I went to see him.
Round about when was this? 2012?
This is about September or so in 2011.
2011.
That's correct.
Yes.
So, this was November 2011. I told him that he is no Minister of Foreign Affairs, and in any event, those appointments are presidential
Appointments.
It's not his job. His job is intelligence. He should be focusing on building intelligence. I gave him the resignation letter to say that I had not come here to ask for a job. He approached me. Didn't approach me to become an ambassador. He approached me to become head of intelligence for domestic branch.
Well, before Mr. Petros moves on, I just don't want to forget this part. I'm taking you back to what the minister told you, I think you said at the airport about the PEN program investigation. He said it was the president's decision that the investigation should not be pursued because something along the lines that it was a threat to national security or because of national security. Is that right?
That's what he said, yes.
Now, did he disclose to you any details on national security, bearing in mind that from your very position, as I understand it, you deal with issues of national security, and therefore I would expect that he could feel free to tell you what that was about?
He did not, and I think he could not, because he knew that I would know what is national security.
Yes.
Actually, the very breach itself that we were in was national security compromised.
Yes.
That where people just spend money as they were doing.
Yes. So, in your job in intelligence, you dealt with issues of national security. If there was anything in the investigation that you were doing which could pose a threat to national security, you would have picked it up, or your team would have picked it up.
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So you are able to say, as far as you are concerned, it's highly unlikely that there was any issue of national security that was raised by the investigation, or are you not able to say? Okay, let me
There
repeat
was no issue of national security.
Yes.
There was no such consideration.
And is there no possibility that the president, being president, he might know that there are some national security issues that even the intelligence won't know about?
He is advised by us on
Yes.
national security issues. The
Yes.
president gets his advice from us. We are his experts on national
You are
security.
the ones who look what is threatening national security, and then you advise it.
That is correct.
And here you are able to say there was no issue of national security.
None whatsoever, Chair. Maybe I can just add here to say that about 3 years thereafter, Mr. Fraser was appointed now the DG of SSA by President Zuma.
I'm sorry, who was appointed?
Mr. Arthur Fraser, the one that
Yes.
he was appointed some 3 years later.
Yes, yes.
Yes, by President Zuma.
Yes. And okay, all right. Thank you.
Two matters, Chair, and very close to the line, but if I may deal with them before we adjourn. In paragraph 26,
Well, we said 5 o'clock, we're at 4:30. or has something changed?
No, I hope that in the next 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
Yes, otherwise
No,
I inconvenience.
No,
the whole-
I was thinking maybe we are not on the same page. I was thinking maybe you are thinking about finishing at 4:30.
Yes, so what I'm saying is I hope that in the next 20 minutes
Yeah,
I can finish
okay.
the next two issues.
Yeah.
And I'll try my best, Shaik. In paragraph 26, you relate an incident that occurred in 2011, which incident began at the Cabinet Lekgotla. What happened?
Before lunch at Cabinet Lekgotla, which was held at Mediating Estate, Advocate Notlina walked up to me. We were working out together for lunch.
That's Nogxina.
That's correct. He told me that his minister, Minister Shabangu, Susan Shabangu, was going to meet with the Guptas, and both were feeling uncomfortable. They were going to meet Ajay Gupta, and they were going to meet him at the Sheraton Hotel, which is not far from where we were. He asked if I would want to join. I said, I've got no problem. He said, because we want you to kind of come and block us, to block these guys off us.
I'm sorry, just repeat that.
I said, he asked me to accompany, asked if I had a problem to accompany him and his minister, so that I could provide some
You
security.
were meeting with Ajay Gupta.
Ajay Gupta, correct.
Yes, at the Sheraton Hotel.
At the Sheraton Hotel.
Yeah, and what was your response?
I said, I've got no issue. If your minister agrees, I'll come along.
Oh, but did you say something about what Mr. Notlina said?
He was scared.
What role you would play?
Yes, they had been under some pressure, him and the minister from the Guptas, and he wanted me to come in so that he could minimize that bullying.
Oh, so other people were under pressure again. Yeah, right. So you agreed. You said if the minister agrees.
If his minister agrees, I'll accompany them. So after eating, we saw the minister walk. The minister agreed because when we were dishing out, we spoke to her. She said, no, she's happy that I must come.
Sorry, just before you go on, Director, I don't know, I might have missed it, but did Mr. Notlina tell you what the concerns of Minister Shabangu were?
Yes, he said something like these guys are pressurizing, they're pushing for something. I think there were some rights that they wanted.
Some rights.
Mineral rights.
Mineral
correct.
rights.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
These guys being?
There's Ajay Gupta.
Yes. Okay. So you then, you were saying you saw the minister.
So the minister talk, whispering something in the president's ear, was still sitting at the table, and spoke for a short while, and she came over. And when she came over, she said, you guys don't know. We're not meeting at Sheraton. So suddenly I asked, so where are we meeting? No, we're meeting at the president's place at Mahlambandovu. President knows that the guy is waiting for us. Ajay Gupta is waiting for her there at Mahlambandovu.
So she said the meeting was going to take place at the president's official residence, Mahlambandovu.
That is what the president told her. When she went to inform the president that she has got a meeting, she was requesting for leave to attend a meeting. The president said, I know about the meeting. And then he further told her that actually the meeting is at Mahlambandovu.
So she had from the president that the venue is Mahlambandovu, not the Sheraton Hotel.
That's correct.
Okay. So she was telling, that is the minister was telling you and Mr. Notlina.
That is correct.
Yes, okay.
Yes. So we walked there was no need for us to get a car now to Sheraton. We walked to Mahlambandlu, which is just around the corner.
Yes.
Yeah. When we got there, and the door was opened, and came Ajay in the passage to.
So you were received by Mr. Ajay Gupta
Correct.
at the official residence of the president.
That is correct. And he led us to the president's study.
To the president's study.
That is correct. And that is where the meeting was held.
Before you go on, was there any representative of the president that ushered you into the study? Who ushered you into the study?
It was Mr. Ajay Gupta.
Was he with anybody? Was he in the company of anybody as he received you at the president's official residence and took you to the study, or was he all by himself?
The person who opened the door is
Was Mr. Ajay Gupta?
No, is the butler, is somebody who's staying at the president's.
Yes.
Ajay came and fetched us to the study.
Yes.
There was nobody else.
There was
other
nobody
than-
else.
No.
Okay. Yes.
What happened at the meeting in the study?
The meeting started, and Ajay started to make these demands that, Minister, I've been waiting on these things, and and he was changing his voice. Was like talking down on the minister. This is what I said I need, and I don't know why things are taking so long for you guys to do, and this. So I felt like, no, man.
What was the sitting arrangement in? This was the president's study.
That's correct.
Were you sitting on couches?
We sat on the couches. At least,
Yeah.
At least no one sat on the president's chair. I say chair. At least no one sat on the president's chair.
No one sat on the president's
No,
chair?
we sat on the couches.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So he started speaking, and you say he was speaking down on the minister.
He was.
Yeah.
And I interjected. I said, Ajay.
Did you understand the subject of the discussion? What was it? The mineral rights? What mineral rights? Where? And so
I
on?
did not follow the subject of discussion, Chair.
Yes.
I was just watching what was going to go on, and of course, when he was talking down on the minister, I interjected. I said, Ajay, this is a government minister. She represents the people of South Africa. I think you should have a way of addressing yourself. So I'm sorry, sir. But then continued to nag. And the minister said, we have got to rush back to the Lekgotla. We'll get back to you.
So the meeting did not last long.
It did not last long, Chair.
And what was the response of the minister and Mr. Nokwina to whatever he had to say?
Notlina said that there are processes, and minister cannot take shortcuts. And minister said, we'll get back to you when we've done our work properly.
But he was saying he did not understand why whatever he wanted was taking long.
He felt like things were taking long, and he wanted them to be done immediately.
Yes.
Yes.
So but looks like Mr. Nokwina knew that you would be needed in that meeting. Yes, Mr. Pretorius.
Yes. In summary, it appears that in the President's study, and with the knowledge of the President, according to your evidence, at least with the knowledge of the President that you were at his residence, Mr. Gupta was demanding certain concessions, at least, from Minister Shabangu.
That's correct.
Relating to mineral rights.
That is correct, Chair.
Did you get to understand why the meeting was held at the President's residence when the President was not there? Well, I don't know whether there was something special about holding it in the study as well. I'm sure the president has got some meeting rooms and so on.
I think, Chair, it was a manner of showing how powerful they are. Showing to a minister of government that
Yes.
she can be called to this president's study without, in the absence of the president.
Thank you, Chair. We should just place on record that the PAN investigation was later resuscitated,
That is correct.
and you were involved to an extent in that.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, I don't want to go into any detail at the moment because that must be the subject matter of a supplementary statement because it implicates others to whom notices have not been issued. But I take it you will assist us in the future if necessary.
That is correct.
One more topic, please.
Well, what I can ask is, when was it resuscitated?
In 2018,
In 2018.
correct.
Mid-year, towards the end of the year? Are you able to say?
It was started around, I think, mid-year. Actually, it was also a part of the high-level review panel that was led by Dr. Mufamadi. But State Security also did they resuscitated
Yes.
that which was closed.
Okay, thank you.
Just briefly, Mr. Njinja, can we deal with another topic? From 1979 to 1994, you say that you worked for the ANC intelligence operation.
That is correct, Chair.
Information relevant to the work of intelligence in the ANC, in your capacity as an operative, would that have come to your knowledge?
Please repeat the question.
Information relating to the operations of the ANC, would you have received knowledge of that in your capacity as an operative during that period?
Yes, especially, Chair, when I became the deputy of Dr. Sizakele Sitlashe, who was the head of information and processing of the ANC.
Information regarding threats to the ANC intelligence operation, and in particular infiltrators or enemy agents, for want of a better phrase, would that have been within your scope of knowledge?
That is correct, Chair.
Knowledge of these threats, both to personnel in the ANC as a result of infiltration, and knowledge of infiltrators and information about infiltrators, would that knowledge have been confined to the former president?
No.
Did you ever come to learn of a plot or conspiracy by 3 intelligence agencies, including a South African one, and this is prior to 1995, that targeted the former president?
No.
Had such a operation or plot existed, would you, in the course of your duties, have expected to come to learn of it?
I think so, yes.
Your relationship with the former president at the time personnel returned from exile and took up activities in South Africa, what was your relationship with the former president?
It was a good relationship, Chair. I started to know the president closely from about 1980. And in 1990, when the ANC decided on a team to come and check if there was good chances for a negotiated settlement. I was part of the three that the ANC sent to the country. We were led by Jacob Zuma, and the two accessories was myself and Penel Maduna.
Did your work, I think you've mentioned it, involve the provision of security to the ANC leadership?
That's correct.
Including former President Zuma?
That's correct.
Knowledge of any threat to the leadership, was that essential to your work?
It was.
Had President Zuma received information about threats, what was his duty in relation to you and your tasks?
He would have had to inform us that there was a threat to his life, and we would then take countermeasures to assist.
Did he ever inform you of that?
No, not that I can remember.
Was there any reason at the time that he would not have told you of any threats?
There's no reason.
Thank you, Chair. That's,
Thank you very much, Director Njenje. We appreciate the fact that you came to give evidence, to share what you know with the Commission. We appreciate it very much. As I said to Mr. Shaik, I hope that your decision to come forward and help the Commission and share what you know with the nation will inspire other current and former Directors General, Deputy Directors General, and other senior officials and ministers to come forward who have knowledge of various matters that may be important to be placed before the Commission. I appreciate that you came. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pretorius, you had the third witness lined up. Yes.
as discussed in Chambers, Chair, he will not be giving evidence, at least this week, but I will discuss it with you perhaps tomorrow or the following day. There are certain administrative matters that must be attended to.
Okay, so, but he will be testifying in due course?
In due course he will testify, certainly, Chair.
Okay.
The only question is when these, for want of a better words, I'm using a euphemism with a big E, the administrative matters can be attended to, but I'll inform you of it later.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right, we are going to adjourn then for the day. Tomorrow I'll hear evidence from an expert who will give evidence, Mr. Chabi, concerning certain actuarial and financial matters relating to Transnet, about transactions that happened at Transnet, about which I've been told. So he will give evidence tomorrow. But as for today, we'll adjourn now. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.